Andrew, would you like to start with your hybrid meeting introduction?
Sure. So thank you all for joining us tonight for the CPDC meeting of Monday, October 6th, 2025. I am Community Development Director Andrew McNichol. To my right from staff is Senior Planner Olivia Knightley. From the board tonight, we are running a hybrid meeting. In-person members include from my left to right, John Arena, Tom Armstrong, Andrew McLaughlin, Chair Heather Klisch, Hillary Mative, and on the Zoom we have Guy Mangianello. As I mentioned, that means we're running a hybrid meeting, so we have public participants here in person and over the Zoom. The board will likely operate in their normal fashion in that they'll open a hearing. The applicant will present the application materials to the board. The board will provide comment and question amongst themselves, and then open to public comment if applicable. If you are in person, please raise your hand for the chair to find you and acknowledge you for your public comment or question. If you are on the Zoom, please use the raised hand feature found under reactions, and or if your camera is on, you can wave your hand around. We'll try to capture you that way. There is a sign-in sheet for those in person here in the corner. If you haven't done so, please do pass that sign-in sheet around before you go. If you have public comment and when you're making public comment, please speak your name and address into the record, just for the minutes keeping. Otherwise, this meeting is being recorded and broadcasted on RCTV on all local channels and avenues after the meeting. And I think that's it.
That's wonderful, thank you. Okay, so our first item up tonight is the continued public hearing and site plan review and the stormwater permit and subdivision layout for Recal and the pickleball courts. Jane, are you giving us an update?
I'm giving you, yes, an update. I have a number of staff here tonight. We have Ryan Percival with Town Engineers here. We have our consultant architect, Joel Bargman here from BH+A. We have most of the Reading pickleball community here, and so Recal committee. We have the chair of the permanent building committee here and the vice chair, Pat Tompkins and Nancy Toomey. We also have a representative of the Burbank Arena Authority here, Carl McFadden. We are pleased to be able to report to CPDC that we have a verbal agreement on the pickleball parking. In your packet is the draft amendment for the lease that refers to the pickleball parking and releases them of liability. We're very pleased that our agreement will include an opportunity to fund unified sports in town. And so that is ancillary to the pickleball parking, but that is a crux for the Burbank lease and for the Burbank Authority. It was something that they were looking for. So Mr. McFadden is here to attest to our verbal agreement. I am hopeful that CPDC will approve the matter in total that we originally submitted. However, we did submit a new design that was done before we came to a verbal agreement with Burbank. So we did include that work in your packet. And that shows a plan with 5 additional spaces, 4 in the lot and 1 next to the building off Range Road. We envision that for maybe the recreation or the senior center van. The 4 spots in the lot eliminate the islands, and the curbing. The lighting would stay the same. It would just be the same posts. And those spots that are adjacent to those poles would be compact size. Ryan, anything else to add?
Just that we'd be going for the original submission.
Yeah, correct. We would like
going for the original submission, not the submission that is in our packet.
But I wanted to explain why that was in your packet.
Okay.
But if you, as the board is amenable, we would ask that you put that aside and approve the original submission.
Okay. So my recollection was that at the last meeting, the major, if not the only request, was to have some sort of affirmation that the Burbank Ice Arena would accommodate the additional, or a lot of additional parking spaces that would be needed for pickleball. In my view, the draft lease amendment, it is a draft, but it shows, it lays out that there would be use of that area. That's what I was looking for. And I guess my second clarification is then you would still be seeking the waiver for the 5 spaces for recount? Okay.
We'd like to be able to do that, and we're going to price that with that higher, more expensive design. It's actually a less expensive design with the addition of the 5 spots, because we take out the curbing and so forth. So yeah, we would prefer to maintain the waiver in the original submission.
Okay. Questions from folks on the commission? Yes, John?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did I overhear you say that the refined approach with the 5 extra spots is actually less costly than the original?
Correct.
The reduction of certain, okay. Is it possible just to generally point out in your presentation where those 5 spots were located?
Yeah, if Olivia can pull up the plan, or Andrew can pull up the plan. I do have, yeah, go ahead, that'd be great.
Thanks, Ryan.
I can do it too.
Is that
It's bad.
No, you
Some-
can't do
there
it.
are some-
Everybody can. Everybody knows it.
Is this the original?
This is the new, huh?
This is the new one.
Just generally.
Okay, so in the new one, the spaces that were added on are generally in the middle aisles, where we added compact spaces and took away the islands that protect the lighting.
Yeah, right.
Although maybe less expensive up front,
Yeah.
we could have a lot more damage with the islands being gone.
Right.
From plowing damage to the light poles. It's a big sea of asphalt. It's not something that we generally like to go after. And there's more compact spaces there, so less full size spaces.
So Andrew, if you can, just where the islands were on either end of the middle aisle, you can highlight right in there. There's,
Cannot really do it effectively, but
I'll just walk over here and do my Vanna White
Okay,
impression.
yeah, that works.
Best Carol Merrill impression.
Is that, my what?
Carol Merrill, Price is Right, I'm dating myself.
You're
Oh, just the hair, right?
Monty Ball.
That's a
That's a little even before my time. This spot over here, right, for a van or something like that. Joel, if I'm getting it wrong, clue me in. And then down here, we're removing the islands, so we have these 4 spots here. Actually, this is a light pole here, light poles here.
And now I'm a little bit confused, but you're going for the other one is
We're back to the original design that has the islands in there.
because then it's not a sea of concrete, is that the main reason?
Yeah, it's just, we try to strive for a little bit more green space when
Yeah,
we're
that's
doing
nice,
these.
Yeah. It looks better.
Yeah.
It functions a little bit better,
Yeah,
and there's more protection around the light poles.
The new submission is also less expensive because it doesn't include this crossing, these curb cuts, or this piece here. So we want you, if you do the waiver, to include these pieces in we're gonna price it with this design anyway, because
okay, yeah, and that connection to the rear of the ice arena is really important. Okay, go ahead,
When
John.
will you make the decision as to which you elect to use? With the waiver, you could do either, I suppose.
we want this one.
This is the preferred design.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll bid it out accordingly and then see where we land on
Right.
it.
But this is the right design for Reading.
Okay.
I had a couple of questions on the agreement. I don't know if that's in scope or out of scope.
I would say if you have questions about the parking, that's in scope. The rest of the agreement is probably out of scope for us.
This deals with the parking. 16.3 indicates that the tenant shall be responsible for routine maintenance and to keep the facility in good repair. The tenant in this case is Reading Ice Authority, or is it?
The Arena Authority.
Okay, that's all. That's the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
So I think our biggest concern was twofold, right? So we already know you're applying for the waiver for the 5 spaces, and we brought up regardless of how much you try, because it's really 2 projects that are getting
That's correct.
done jointly, right? People are gonna end up consuming the spots no matter how hard we try. So not only did we have a deficit in there, we wanted to make sure that there was some type of standing agreement that you did have overflow parking. So I think having that, even though it's a draft agreement, we have a verbal relationship, I think that kind of solidifies a portion of that. But that being said, if you do take away the 2 islands, you don't need to apply for it. So the difference between the adding more compact spaces and not full spaces, yeah, you're saying the main difference here is the striping, crosswalk, and the curb cut?
Correct.
Well, the other difference is that there's a lot more, there's more vegetation, and there's the cut to get back up to the site plan. Includes the cut to get to the rear of the ice arena where the pickleball would be, pickleball-ish parking would be.
Mhm.
I will say myself, there's a lot of parking here. I'm comfortable giving a waiver of 5 spaces for your preferred design.
I would lean that way as well, knowing that you have an agreement with Burbank. That's your, I'll let the board members speak to that, but knowing that the Burbank Ice Arena has a massive front and rear lot, I think that was our biggest contention last time. And I don't like the alternative of eliminating pickleball courts.
No.
I'll just be honest on that one.
Thank you for saying that. We did look at that as an exercise to say, well, if we can't do this, if we can't make this happen, we're looking at it now, we're spending the design money now, what's that gonna look like? So we're nothing if not prepared.
Any other questions or comments?
There was a thought that given the uncertain nature of peak parking, whether or not the back northeast lot would ever get some sort of striping or indication where spots were to kind of avoid the random access parking that tends to happen in a lot that doesn't have striping. Is that in scope for any of this? Maybe it's simply periodic laying down of paint over crushed stone.
I mean, I think if you, and Ryan, you can speak to this if I'm incorrect, but the paint over crushed stone will wear pretty quickly.
It doesn't last, I grant you that, but it's cheap.
It's definitely cheap. It's something that we would absolutely, do if needed to be done, because we're finding problems. But we will have recreation staff on site working out of the Recal building. This is something that we're going to have staff on site every single day being able to monitor it. So, we will be on top of it for sure. Yep.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Guy.
Hi. Could you zoom in a bit to the generators? They're located, yep.
I can pull up the full civil if you want to.
You can if you like, it'd be fine.
Okay. Keep going.
Is there a chain link fence around the generators? I'm just trying to figure it out.
There's a wood fence.
Stockade.
Wood stockade.
Mm-hmm.
And is that intended to be like 6x6 posts, 4x4 posts? Do we have a detail on that?
What's the detail on the side drawing? It's 4x4.
It's a 4x4. Joel, you're welcome to come up and the microphone will pick you up.
Yeah, there is a detail on the drawing. There's one generator, not two. The other one is a transformer.
Correct. Yep. Yep.
It's a generator, and that has the enclosure around it.
I only ask. I noticed, near the building, we have bollards set up on the parking spots. I'm wondering why we aren't placing bollards in front of the high voltage power.
The reason is that the standards for that are set that if you're further from the parking lot, you don't need the bollards, which makes access, if you ever have to replace a generator, easier to reach from the parking lot to the generator from the utility truck. So it's way more than 10 feet, which is a minimum that you need to be from the parking lot to not have bollards. It's not really in a traffic zone. That's why we don't have them.
The 5 spots that align it right there I would say that those are.
Well, that's the generator. That's not the transformer.
Well, nonetheless, I mean, it's a large piece of equipment, right?
It's about 6 feet.
I would say a few $100s in bollards probably go a long way to protecting a $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 generator. And that may be small considering the size of the building, price-wise.
You have to coordinate it with that side of the stockade fence opens up so that if you ever need to service or remove the generator, you don't have obstructions in its place. So if you put bollards.
Yeah, I understand on that side. I'm talking about the left side of it. Plan west.
Is that the side that you're also talking
The
about?
long side?
The side between
He's talking about the entrance.
generator and the parking spots where
Yeah,
Andrew
right
should-
there.
There is
Yeah.
where the doors open to service the side of the generator.
Are you hearing that, Guy?
Yeah, I'm hearing him, but the bollards, so you're saying you're showing doors in the front of the gate.
And if the generator needs service, they have to access the side, so we typically don't put bollards on the sides of these. You maybe have to pull it out, you'd pull it out on the side. The fence would have to come down for that exercise. Look, I mean, if you want bollards, we can put bollards in, I just don't typically do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a generator at home that gets service from the side, on the long side like that.
Guy, is this something that you want to insist that they add, or can you live without it?
I'm just thinking, I mean, it seems silly not to protect the equipment. I'm sure that generator is well north of the numbers I suggested. I don't see how, even if there was two 4-foot openings, you'd have plenty of swing room and the ability to have bollards there.
So, yeah, maybe we just take a look at it and it's not,
something that we can manage and still maintain
Maintain that.
access to, we can entertain.
Without having to
something to
disassemble
consider.
it.
You don't need to come back to us if you change the
There are other
drawings.
things that
Yeah.
we can do that we don't like to do with it.
Guy, what about, so, I don't know how, if we wanna just say bollards, or you could say, you know, because you could have a raised curb, an extra high curb versus bollards to provide that same protection.
And then they're playing with the grades, and I'm sure there's ADA ramps and all that other kind of stuff there. I don't know.
The curb is raised right there, for sure. But, I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure it's already at a normal height. People have to be able to step off it. You know,
I mean,
so.
the spirit of the question is well taken, and we certainly are interested in protecting all the equipment and everything there for the town. So, you know, we're happy, Guy, to look at that and consider how we can maintain it, and also so that if we have, you know, we don't want to have anybody driving into it by accident, for sure. So I can appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Anything else from public comment from the room or anybody on Zoom? Public comment. Okay.
One other question. Are we, I'm assuming we're waiting, based on what we discussed previously, we're waiting to have the select board approve the final draft between Burbank so that we know it's in place?
Actually, what I was saying before is that I feel like with the very clear draft that's here, I'm comfortable moving forward. If we wanted to, when we got to the decision, we could condition it on final execution, but knowing that there is a construction timeframe permitting and construction timeframe at play here, and not knowing how soon the select board will be able to approve this amendment, I would be ready to finish our part of the business and add a condition if we feel like we need to. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, do you mind?
Yes, Carl, please come on up and introduce yourself so that everybody knows you.
Carl McLennan, 33 Wakefield Street, your representative on the Burbank Ice Arena. Just quick background in terms of, I know you guys are on a timeline in order to get the parking lot approved. The town manager and Jane, because the select board was having trouble getting someone to be able to, I won't say negotiate to get it done. So Jane and Matt reached out to us a couple weeks ago, and the agreement is Burbank's always been in favor of, you know, being a good neighbor. We did it for the trash receptacles, all that fun stuff down there, as well as using the field all the time. How the agreement is, we have not seen it, we have not voted on it. So conceptually was that the town can use the dirt parking lot in exchange that once the stabilization fund is complete, then 50% of any additional revenue profits would go to the schools for the unified team. I spoke with the school committee the other night. They actually applauded it. They're really excited because town meeting had actually asked Jane and Dr. Melichowski to come back with a plan to fund unified sports. I'm not anticipating any issue with our board getting the agreement done. Select board has to have 3 members. I feel pretty confident we have at least 4 members that will be good with this. And then town meeting does need to approve it. Except town meeting did say in the springtime an instructional motion to come up with a game plan, and this is essentially game plan. And then today I got a letter, and it was shared with Jane from the Burbank family that actually said Dad would be proud and happy if this went through to fund, the rink could fund kids in the unified program.
Okay.
So we're good.
Thank you. That's, I mean, if I may, just one second, the funding of unified sports is outside of the purview of CPDC, but I know this is what I was looking for, was this kind of affirmation that this is the intention. And again, we can condition it so that if it falls through, an alternate parking plan can be brought, probably approved administratively is what I would recommend. John, please.
Carl, you mentioned some financial aspects. The draft agreement is silent on any of that. You're comfortable with the draft agreement?
I haven't seen it yet, but in spirit, I mean, we're all black and red, so.
What you've just described is the willingness to use the parking, and that's what we really care about.
Yeah, we're good.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't think there'd be a major issue with that. I'm just a little confused. Where you're saying that your willingness though to agree to the parking amendment is conditioned upon town meeting accepting that profit proceeds from Burbank are applied to a unified sports team fund?
Yeah, Guy, the way that the lease has to be approved is not just the select board, but also town meeting has to approve it, and that's what the lease would spell out.
And even, if I may, I think, even aside from any change in the financial relationship, an amendment to the contract that would even just allow parking, because the contract is approved by town meeting, even that has to go through town meeting. So that's why we're dealing with kind of a longish time frame.
Sure, but if for whatever reason town meeting does not approve this,
Gonna have to come back with an alternative.
we're back to square one, and now we've just invested $30 million with inadequate parking.
I don't think we're back to square one. What I was saying is that I think when we get to our decision, we can incorporate a condition that a plan be executed, a condition, and we can figure out where the right place is. A condition for the pickleball portion could be conditioned on a final executed agreement or an alternative parking plan that is approved. And my suggestion is we could do that administratively, possibly if everyone's amenable, without it coming back to full CPDC.
I'd just like to shed, thank you for that, a couple of pieces of light here. So the draft amendment that's in your packet was presented to your board at our August sit down, just this piece. We handed in paper form to Dennis. The memorandum of understanding, an MOU that we're working on, talks about the stabilization and some other details. And he hasn't seen that yet because that's still with council. As we spoke on Thursday afternoon, we weren't able to update the MOU in time for this meeting or to be signed today. So, so there's 2 pieces. The stabilization fund creation must be created by town meeting, and appropriations into that annually have to be approved by town meeting. The lease amendment can be negotiated by Matt under his authority under the town charter, but the lease changes have to be signed by the select board. So just everybody has sort of, there's a lot of fine tuning here, but that's the process. Not everything has to go to town meeting. If we were to do other things to the lease, like add more time or make changes, then that would have to go through a lot more process that's unrelated to the parking.
Okay.
Can I ask
Yeah.
something? So the, not the alternate that eliminated the pickleball courts, the 10-1 submission as like a way to achieve the 5 additional spots. Between the, rough order magnitude, you're saying your original submission is the most expensive approach?
It is the more highly priced approach. So we are trying to maintain a conservative going forward budget. So we want to price the higher one.
I totally get it. So I'm trying to think about how we can have a condition here, right? and not go all the way back.
You could
to
go
square
forward
one.
on recal.
We
And
could
then
go
just
forward on
condition-
recal, we could condition the pickleball portion on the final executed agreement. That's what I'm suggesting, since they are actually two separate projects. They've been presented to us as two separate.
No, I get that, but there is an option in here where they don't need a waiver. And technically it is cheaper, but there was items eliminated from that scope. Is it more expensive if the curb cut goes back and the access across? Or is it like?
No, I mean, we can still price it the way that it is, and if you approve it going forward, with the 5 additional spaces, we can just throttle down, or keep the pricing in for the crosswalks and the curb cuts.
Yeah, so just trying to bring it all together, there are 2 components. One, there's the parking for recal, which, and those spots are 5 short from what our bylaws say would be required for a facility like that. And then there's the parking for the pickleball, for which we don't have bylaws, but common sense dictates that you need upwards more than 20 spaces. We would be foolish to not acknowledge that. And that's the piece that is subject to the executed agreement with Burbank. And if that doesn't work, then they would have to come back with an alternate approved plan for that, is what I'm suggesting, rather than hold up the whole thing.
Yeah, and my thought process was I'm considering the waiver of the 5 spots based upon the verbal agreement because they have the additional spots.
Oh,
So then, because then, if they don't have that agreement, they're still giving them a waiver for the 5 spots, but then they still have the pickleball parking issue.
yeah, thank you, Jane. It's nice to have somebody who knows how to work those here.
I'm like, I don't know what's warm, I texted you.
So I do agree. I think there's plenty of things that need to happen outside of this room, outside of our purview. I think we could have a condition related to approval of the parking and lease agreement, as well as vehicular protection at the generator and high voltage transformer.
Okay.
I don't want to say bollards, I'd rather say vehicular protection and let the construction team come up with their adequate plan. Guy, do you have a strong opinion about that?
I personally feel that the plan without the islands makes most sense to me, giving us even more parking. I'd love to see this center get used. It's such a large capital investment on behalf of the townspeople. It passed with such a narrow margin in town meeting, 52 to 48%. I think going into this, giving it as much headwind and ability to be successful as possible and useful to the town. I don't think those 2 little islands are going to be any significant beautification to the project at its whole. And I'd rather see the parking spots and knowing that Recal has what it needs and hopeful that we can quickly work through the additional parking needed for pickleball so that pickleball can have what it needs and all of that development is well used and enjoyed. So that's my thought.
Okay, thanks. I think did you have your hand up, Pat?
Yeah,
Chair of the Permanent Buildings Committee is here. Thank you. We've got a lot of resources here tonight. Thank you.
yeah. Pat Tompkins, 83 King Street. I'm the chair of the Permanent Building Committee. I just wanted to circle back to the 5 parking spots. We're asking for a waiver of the 5 parking spots. And as part of our committee, one of the things that we do, everything that we add, every change we make to this project, we evaluate. We evaluate the cost, we evaluate the best design, and generally we rely on our design professionals. So really when it comes to the vehicular protection, but more importantly, with the 5 spots, we'd like to get the waiver. I'm not saying we wouldn't add the 5 spots, but we want to have the ability for the people on our committee that are full of design and construction professionals to question our design professionals that we've hired and push and pull on that. Do we keep the 5 spots? Do we eliminate them? But by getting the waiver, it gives us the opportunity to do that. If we do, everything that we do comes through our committee. We manage the design and we will be managing the contractor pretty tightly to make sure that what we're doing is in the best interest of the town. So we would prefer to have the waiver of the 5 spots to give us the option to evaluate and make the best decision.
I agree, to give the flexibility on that recal portion, because you're gonna have recal and we have pickleball.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
I was just gonna respond and saying I appreciate that. I sincerely, I just don't see the value of 2 islands versus not needing the waiver. I think you had a good plan there. There was a reason why you submitted the withdrawal. It makes sense to me. I think that's the path forward. But go ahead, Tom.
Duly noted. Tom, you had a comment.
To me, the value of the islands is protection of the rights that are there.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking that site plan, we're kind of approving a site plan. I suppose we do need to approve whether or not there's a waiver. I am really comfortable with the waiver because for 5 spots, there's plenty of parking. It's the 28 spots for parking for pickleball that gave me pause. I'm very comfortable with that. Protection of the light poles, that site plan also, if we're approving a particular site plan and a particular set of drawings with the waiver, that has the cut back to the back of Burbank, and so that's the one I would prefer to approve. John?
2 questions, comments. It's somewhat unusual for this board to leave the matter of a waiver open to the applicant. Now, this is a little unusual, it's a town applicant, but it would be out of my limited time here of practice to put it in the hands of the applicant. That it's not been decided tonight seems also a little odd. If there are 2 proposals, which is the one you want to ride, it seems like that's undecided.
I'll give my impression of that and maybe the town can clarify. It is unusual. We're also in an unusual position where we're kind of self-regulating. We technically don't even need to approve this, but this is best practice for us to take a look at what the town is doing. And what I heard was that you aren't asking us to choose between 2, you're showing us an alternate one because it was developed. But what you really are requesting us to approve is the first one. So that got a little confusing.
I apologize.
But that's okay, it's okay. But what we still, essentially what we still have before us is the site plan that requires a 5 parking space waiver. And that is what you're seeking from us.
The other comment was the agreement, the draft agreement explicitly states that both pickleball and recal have access to the lot behind the ice arena. Harkening back to the last town meeting, you might recall the energy that went into the pickleball discussion. And it was, for a time, it was unclear if it was ever going to go forward. I could imagine that the whole parking question causes that subject to come back to the floor. My reason I'm bringing up is if the town signs this, it's entitled pickleball to the access to the property to the rear of the ice arena. That's my read.
Yes, I think that is what it
I
says.
don't think it's debatable any longer. We need more parking. We need to use what we have more efficiently. And I don't think there's a question, once that's signed, that pickleball doesn't have parking. It does.
I think that's correct, and I think that's why that at least the draft agreement and all of the spoken assurances about the intention to do a good faith effort toward that calms my concerns enough to move this forward.
So I don't want to create new concerns. Thank you for being proactive. I don't know why you showed up with 3 different plans. In case you got the answer no, then you had an alternative that could potentially be reviewed tonight, and that way you don't have to wait another month. And if that wasn't approved, you have the 3rd alternative that says, okay, screw it, we'll take away some pickleball courts, and maybe that's the answer. So I want to be clear. I understand your intention. I also understand you have not changed your plan. I believe you developed other 2 plans in case we changed your plan. I would agree that I think this is sufficient enough. Both your 2 alternative plans, I think, reduce scope too much that doesn't meet the goals of what the original plan does, i.e. the curb cut and the cross, and then eliminating the 3rd, which I don't think is advantageous in comparison to your original plan. So I'm in the same boat as you. I think we need to look at this as recal individually, have some type of condition associated with the parking and the parking agreement as an anticipated 28 parking spots for the pickleball court. And I would feel more than comfortable supporting agreeing to the waiver. That's where I stand. I'll let the rest of the committee continue to talk or ask questions.
Any other discussion on this, or is anybody not ready to proceed? Okay, so I think the first thing we need to do is close the hearing, right?
Do you want to
Do
open
we
a
have-
public comment just in case?
Oh, yeah, I thought I had asked for public comment. Any additional public comment?
I do want to ask one question, just to make sure I'm clear on this. You mentioned that the town didn't actually need to come in front of the CPDC board, and I'm pretty certain that chapter 48 wouldn't agree with that.
It's been my understanding all along since I even first got involved with CPDC, but Andrew,
I
maybe.
believe in our local zoning bylaw, there's the exemption under table of uses, that table for public uses for public land in towns. Business is exempt from the zoning regulations, which includes the site plan process.
So that's why, nonetheless, it is good practice and common practice for the town to come before CPDC for projects, even if they're using public land.
Staff
Library
is
did all-
committed.
Yeah, and it's a good commitment and an excellent practice. Generally ends up with better projects, probably.
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Guy. Any other public comment? Okay, on this, I think we're ready to close the public hearing. And then I think we'll proceed with a vote. We'll look at the decision and then proceed with a vote on the waiver and then any other adjustments we want to make to the decision. But I'll take a motion to close the hearing.
To close the public hearing for the, the town of Reading for the property at 0 Haverhill Street, Cal Center and Pickleball Courts.
Okay, thank you. Any seconds?
Second?
Okay. Let's see, we will, because Guy is online, we'll do a recall, a roll call is what I'm trying to say.
Recall of recall.
Good Lord. Okay, let me start with Guy first. This is to just close the hearing, Guy.
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes. Andrew?
Yes.
And John?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a look at the decision.
So just to remind everybody, we had noticed the stormwater permit, but what CPDC is looking to approve is both the site plan review and actually a subdivision application for the establishment of that right of way and really an extension of Range Road and or Simmons Way to be TBD later. And that's just an important piece for us to accept as a public way and get it on the regular maintenance schedule and whatnot for town meeting. But otherwise, the decision is pretty straightforward. It is a pretty straightforward site plan. So we summarize the overall findings, including the proposed uses, the zoning compliance, which this does meet besides the parking waiver that we'll get to. The subdivision applicability, where we're looking at a 37-foot wide total right-of-way layout, where Ryan and I look to establish that to meet the existing easement layout and width that is with the Reading rifle and revolver. So we mimic that entirely, so it should be pretty straightforward layout. There was a conservation and stormwater permit. Conservation issued the stormwater permit and its conditions given their role in this process. We summarize the parking and the circulation needs. There was even a traffic impact assessment as well submitted with that. We summarize those findings. Lighting to be dark sky compliant, parking lot lighting. We've summarized the dimensions and their locations. Drainage and stormwater, which both the Recal Center and its parking and the pickleball Both have their own separate stormwater treatment systems, both meet the requirements. We detailed that. Landscaping and screening, there's some conservation language in terms of future boardwalk connections we might be looking for. And of course, the pickleball. So in terms of waivers, there is one proposed for the 5 parking spaces. Do you want me to stop there or go through conditions now? You can go through the whole thing.
No, hold on, I may have a comment on the findings. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I think I might have changed something earlier today, but it was very minor in nature, just formality. In terms of conditions, there are the general conditions we look in that this is for site plan only, and the subdivision as well. The general landscaping maintenance. We do have a unique condition on a park grant application we submitted. If the park grant is awarded and we choose to move forward with it, there would be some town meeting needs, and that's specific to the pickleball courts. So we'll see with that in the coming months, if that award is issued or not. For prior issuance of a building permit for the site, we have plan revisions to consider that vehicular protection along the west side of the generator enclosure. I'll reword that better tomorrow, but we'll capture that prior to the full permit set. During construction, we'll hold ourselves to the same standards we hold everybody else to. In terms of prior to occupancy, we'll look for the as-built, we'll look for that public way acceptance through town meeting. And we do have the condition for the shared parking agreement to be reached, executed, and recorded. So that would take all the approvals necessary prior to occupancy. And then ongoing, of course, we have our general loading and delivery, no Haverhill Street. Town will do that as well. Landscape maintenance, snow removal.
Can you go back up to the
Yep.
Condition on the shared parking agreement?
So,
First of all, there's a typo. Just shall be executed and recorded. And is this where we would say, you know, in the event it's not executed, an alternate parking plan
so
may be approved?
I was going to, and just to make sure, but I was going to put that in the general conditions.
Okay.
Will this only be in relation to, so it says prior to occupancy,
Yes,
pickleball.
Right, it doesn't necessarily get
That doesn't-
And that's if the waiver is.
right. So I was thinking for general,
so that's for general, okay, that's perfect.
proposed pickleball courts shall be reviewed and permitted under a minor site plan reviewed at a later date with dedicated parking and or alternative solutions for the courts parking needs should a shared parking agreement with Burbank Ice Arena not be executed. And I can
I
work
don't think
on
it's
that.
limited to pickleball. Anticipates that even recal.
The recal and
But that's
In the
why
draft
there's,
agreement.
that's why, so recal, we're kind of approving what we're going, I think we're heading in a direction of approving the number of parking spaces. And it's those additional 20-some spaces that would be needed for pickleball. And if an agreement's not executed, some sort of alternate plan will need to be developed. And that's why that's phrased the way it is.
I
Just
think
dealing with item 9, it's not limited to pickleball. If else need exceeded or whatever, it could be done. They too would be entitled to the shared parking.
that wouldn't hold up
Right.
occupancy if they're getting away.
Correct, it doesn't hold, it's just occupancy.
And here's my view, John, is that if the agreement that gets executed includes parking, overflow parking for recal, great. That's great, but it's not needed,
That's-
so, yeah.
Do we think we need something? Like I can write something that, you know, up to 5 spaces as an alternative plan would not need to come back,
I
but I don't
think that
think
gets
we need
really
to.
confusing.
Yes.
Do you need
Just leave it.
dedicated parking there? Is it enough to say they'll have a solution of some sort acceptable?
I only really kept that as that last alternative of like if you need to remove a court or two for parking on site, but I know that's like last resort. So-
Right, exactly, like, it would be really bad if for some reason this little amendment weren't able to make it through town meeting, right?
You build it and they can't come.
Exactly, and so in that case, and that's why, thank you for moving this up to the general conditions rather than all the way down to like occupying pickleball courts, that is kind of
Yeah.
funny.
I think this prioritizes an agreement to come in front of the select board.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm just taking issue with the phrase dedicated parking. Our intention to be prescriptive. Is there enough to say some other alternative?
Parking and or alternative
So
solutions,
how
like
about-
other shared use.
That's fine.
I think it's fine, yeah. That works.
how about just sufficient parking? It doesn't need to be dedicated, it doesn't need to be necessarily signed.
That's fine.
Okay.
We'll never figure out.
So minutes are accurate, and we'll mention that.
Just kicking that decision forward if we need it one day.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay,
Hmm.
thank you. I
Yeah.
probably lost your train of thought.
No, nope, that was it. So,
Do we have a waiver somewhere in here?
you do.
It's under the findings number 9.
Oh, no, it's separated.
So to John's point, the wording on this, they're asking for a waiver, regardless of a shared parking agreement with the Burbank.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that last sentence
True.
adds benefits.
Right.
No, I wasn't in our online version, okay. Do we need to specify that this is for the Recal building? Because we're kind of separating
Mhm.
pickleball and Recal for all of this.
Well,
That's what brings up the requirement, I don't think, because there is no requirement for parking.
right. Yeah,
Exactly.
right. Well, so this is a
Okay.
specific, yeah. Yeah, good.
I'm fine with that waiver. Do we want to make a motion to approve that?
I make a motion that we approve the draft decision for the running symbol
I think waiver
Waiver
first.
first.
waivers. Okay, so the waiver for the section 9.1.1.7 of the bylaw of the off-street parking as amended.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Guy first,
No.
okay. Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes. Andrew?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Okay, now, unless there are other comments on the full decision, we could, or discussion on the full decision, we could take a motion to approve that.
I make a motion to approve the draft decision for the Recal and pickleball courts at 0 Haverhill Street as amended.
Second?
Okay, thank you, and we'll do roll call again. Guy?
Yes.
All right, Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes. Andrew?
Yes.
Yes.
John, thank you. Thanks, everybody. These were a lot of people to make sure we got all the questions answered that might have come up. I appreciate you coming out. I especially appreciate Jane turning on the air conditioning, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll take a quick break here. Well, the fan clubs switch out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We are going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the site plan review for 885 Main Street, Primrose School. I do feel like I need to remind everybody here that at the end of the session at last month's meeting, we closed the public hearing, so that at this meeting, we are starting by actually looking at the decision and running through the decision, which is a long one. And we, the commission, will offer adjustments to that decision that we want to have made. We have the opportunity to ask the applicant questions as we go along, but the public comment period of this hearing is closed now. Although we did receive all of the online, nonetheless, we received all of the email submissions and they're all in our files. Yes, John?
My recollection was there was a motion to close, but in fact, we continued the motion to continue to tonight.
No, we closed the hearing.
I believe we did, and then continued the decision.
We closed the hearing and then continued the decision. At the end of several hours of comment, we closed the hearing.
Is that everyone else's recollection?
May I ask a question?
I'm sorry, you may ask a clarifying question, yes.
So my understanding now is if you ask a developer a question, then we open it up for an open meeting and for more public discussion.
This is very awkward for me because I'm somebody who likes to have public discussion, but I don't actually believe that's the case. We do have our counsel on if they would like to clarify that when the public hearing is closed, just like you saw at the last one, where even with our own town colleagues, we closed the public hearing. That wasn't a controversial one, as controversial. And then we focused on the decision. Last month, we had several hours of additional public comment. And at the end of that session, at night, we closed the hearing with the agreement to continue the topic and focus on the decision at this meeting. Right? Missing anything? Sure, you could ask town council, sure.
Chris, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I wasn't sure I caught the specific question, though. I understand the conversation that's being had, but what's the
specific question is this. At the last session, we closed the public hearing with the intention of focusing on the decision at this hearing. And the question that was asked is if we ask the developer a question in the context of conditions around the hearing, conditions around the decision, things that are going into the decision. The question is, doesn't that reopen everything up so that public comment must be taken?
No, I think it does not. It was certainly appropriate at the last meeting to vote to close the public hearing, and where the CPDC is attempting to put together a set of conditions, I think it is perfectly appropriate to ask clarifying questions of the applicant while it's getting its draft decision into final form, even though the hearing is closed. I think that is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And we will, we'll take the time that we need with the decision. I know I have some comments that I prepared ahead of time, other members as well. Okay, I think the job then is to bring the decision up onto the screen like we usually do. And I will say the decision of the last one, recal, we ran through everything very, very quickly. We can go through this a little bit more deliberately to make sure that we have it all there and that the commission, including Guy, who's online, may and should offer any adjustments to the language that they see fit as we prepare to vote on it.
So just above, we did note all of the materials received today, including public comment, including staff responses, and the applicant submitted materials from plans to reports to memos and responses to other. So as we jump into the findings section, we of course summarize the overall tract of land, which is just under 2 acres, a percentage of which is wet, and then more upland area. The proposal at its highest level is within the S15 zone, single family 15 district, and the proposal is to demolish the existing single family house located on the center of the site to construct a 2-story childcare facility with other site improvements and additions, including the playground area, dedicated off-site parking, utility extensions, and the stormwater design. We'll get there below, but in a similar notion, the Conservation Commission issued the stormwater permit in this case, putting that up front. The proposed parking on site includes 53 parking spaces, which meets the minimum required by the zoning bylaw based on the materials submitted. The existing driveway on Main Street will be widened to accommodate two-way traffic flow from Main Street. This will require a MassDOT permit, which is conditioned as well, given that it's a state-routed road in this case. Access to the childcare facility will be accommodated from an entrance located from the parking area facing cardinal direction north. There are other entrances and exits as well, but that's the principal entrance. There is a common lobby and reception area, as well as on-site kitchens and prep area, storage, utilities, etc. As mentioned, the existing use in this case is a single-family home. The existing use is summarized, so it's a 2-story structure, about 4,600, 4,700 square feet. It does abut almost all single-family residentials to its north, east, and south, and of course Main Street on the west. As mentioned, this is in the single 15 district. However, the proposed use is permitted under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 3, otherwise known as the Dover Amendment, and it is a use as well allowed in our local zoning bylaw, but the Dover Amendment, of course, Mass General Law.
I'd like to answer.
Yep.
Let's see, after the first sentence, which ends along Main Street, I'd add, but this parcel does not meet the frontage width for single family 15, SF15 zone. And then in the next sentence, the proposed use instead of permitted is allowed.
I'm gonna propose to move the frontage note under 2-dimensional requirements, and so I'm jumping a little ahead, but that's where all our setbacks, lot coverage, and table requirements are. So in this case, we can talk about this. Under the local zoning, it does state that there's a 100-foot minimum frontage requirement for schools or exempt uses. However, this isn't a control listed in Dover. So it comes back to that reasonable regulation in a sense, and I can defer to council for sure in this case, but looking at it, right, the board can discuss what is reasonable frontage requirements for the proposed site and what meets the adequacy of frontage, given that it's not a strict Dover listed control.
Yeah, that's a good catch, Tom, and I think somewhere, and maybe this is the location where we're talking about frontage, might be a good place to repeat that frontage is not a dimensional requirement.
It's not one of the bulk
I don't know what the word,
controls.
that is, it's not one of the dimensional controls that is
All I'm doing
covered
is
by the
trying to
Dover
get the
Amendment.
correct statement.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
let's leave it at that then, okay.
Chris, please jump in if
I'm making things too complicated, sorry.
No, everything I'm hearing sounds correct.
Okay.
And then on the second sentence, it was change allowed to.
That one I did, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna jump back so we can potentially come back to this as we scroll. So I did get that, Tom, thank you. Under the Dover site plan review is an allowed tool to administer this process, and this proposal did trigger site plan review in our local bylaw for the addition of gross floor area and the need for additional parking. As mentioned, there was a conservation and stormwater permit review on this proposed application that was approved by the Conservation Commission in an order of conditions. The stormwater conditions which are located within, but that was due to the 100-foot buffer zone being located in some proposed impact areas for the parking and or building. So they did go through that process. The site access and circulation, and I can always pull up the plan too if helpful to look at, but again, we're looking at the existing curb cut on Main Street, a single curb cut, the drive aisle and flow entering into the site. It's located on the east of Main Street. The vehicular flow is in both the plan and in future documents that the flow will enter the site, loop around to the north of the parking area, around and out. So almost like looking like a one-way flow, circular flow on the site. All the drive aisles are 24 feet wide in the parking lot to meet the minimum requirements. And under the TIA, which we'll get to, or I shouldn't say that, turning movements onto Main Street, to and from Main Street right now are allowed left and right hand turns. MassDOT will look at those things with the TIA, again, for the state routed road.
I've got a comment, I'm not sure whether I'm correct or not, but for the second sentence, you've got all drive aisles and entrances. I just had all entrances and exits proposed are two-way. In the parking area, I don't think that's two-way, is it?
I thought it was two-way, but maybe we should
No,
clarify.
I'm basing that on the fire truck, being able to get around.
Oh, I'm basing it on regular cars, and then the emergency access, I suppose, is kind of.
So that loop at the top with the angled parking, I think isn't, at least it's not set up. It probably could accommodate two ways. I have to go back to the widths, but that linear parking, that's two-way.
You wanna pull that up?
Yeah.
I think we should pull this up since the question has been raised.
So Tom might be correct, just in the sense that.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Zoom in a little bit.
Yep. One way at this.
Again, it's more factual.
Oh, yeah,
You're right.
yeah, look at that, good, yeah,
Just one way.
okay, good, thank you.
And I had, so I think it would be correct if we just said all entrances and exits proposed are two-way. And then in the next one, said, let's see, the curb cut of Main Street to the access parking is proposed to be 20 foot. And the two-way drive aisle to the parking lot is 20 feet back there, but it's not two-way.
1 second, I know this looks messy and I can pull up a clean version. The two-way drive aisle through the parking lot is 24 feet wide, which leads to the one-way. Sorry, Tom, did you have that width of that?
Yeah, do you want it?
Please.
Repeat it to you? Let's see, I think I said, the curb cut off Main Street to access the parking area is proposed to be 24 feet curb cut. And the two-way drive aisle through the parking lot.
Yep.
So I just say, two-way drive aisle to the parking lot. I mean, that would make it redundant. So you could just make it after that,
the two-way drive aisle is 24 feet wide.
And going into the parking lot, it's one way or something.
Yeah. Josh, do you know the width of the one-way? Was it 18 feet off the top of my head?
26.
At least at its narrowest point, I think we start with 16. Good catch, Tom. Thank you. Okay. So that will, right now, is proposed read. The two-way drive aisle to the parking lot is 24 feet wide, which leads to a one-way loop that is 16 feet wide at its narrowest point. So again, on parking, per the bylaw, 53 spaces are required, 53 spaces are proposed. Of those 53 spaces, 3 are ADA accessible spaces, 16 are to be dedicated as employee-only parking spaces, and those are located on the further edges of the parking lot to help ensure that the 10 dedicated pickup drop-off spaces along the building frontage and others remain open for guest use and or pickup drop-off.
I have a comment on this section. About the second sentence, the number of employees toward the end of the hearing, a question was raised about is it still 28 employees or is there an additional kitchen staff that bumps that up? So one clarifying question is it's still 28 employees, right? I would like to change this language to say that the applicant will have a maximum of 28 employees. I think estimates are insufficient since they're right up against the minimum, and any additional employee would put them out of compliance with the parking requirements unless they reduce the number of students.
That makes sense. There is a no parking area in that one-way loop, and that will be striped accordingly where it's at its narrowest to ensure the proper movements. There is no dedicated loading zone on site proposed as deliveries, and maybe again we can look at that language, are expected to consist of box truck deliveries that are scheduled outside of peak traffic hours of the site.
I have another comment here.
Yep.
Peak traffic hours to the site, scheduled outside of peak traffic hours of the site are not defined. I've realized that in all of this, we never defined, and this is a question for the applicant, what do you consider to be the peak traffic hours? I'd like to specify that in the decision rather than leave it open for interpretation later on.
We're just checking the impact assessment.
Oh wait, is this outside of peak traffic hours in general? This says peak traffic hours of the site. So when people aren't coming and going into the site is, I took this to mean scheduled outside of peak traffic hours of the site. I took that to mean like outside of the highest drop off and pickup times. Is that, I think that's how, are we agreeing with how that's interpreted?
Correct, it would typically happen outside of the peak drop off.
Okay, so what are those hours?
Yeah, I'm just I just wanna make sure we're matching our TIS. So we defined the drop-off period from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and the pickup period from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m.
7:30 to 9 and 3:30 to 5. So can we,
The 5:30.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So there was a traffic impact assessment submitted with this and revised 1 or 2 times throughout the project. And there was also a third-party peer review requested by Cpdc that was conducted. Initially and secondary memos were provided and concluded the peer review. Those are in the public record. I will fix my numbering later. Button. So of course, on the inside of the site, there were architectural plans submitted. There's a series of classrooms, some offices for staff, a warming kitchen, laundry area, storage areas, restrooms, including accessible restrooms, and the utility rooms. It's just over 14,000 square feet across the 2 floors. Classrooms are divided by age group and shall meet the requirements of children per square foot as established by the state of Massachusetts.
Question and clarification, is this a warming kitchen or a cooking kitchen? Because later on in the decision, I saw that a grease trap was included as well.
It's a warming kitchen.
Okay,
But typically, an interior or exterior grease trap is required by local code.
okay, even for a warming kitchen, okay, thank you.
Andrew, up above under traffic line 4.
Yep.
Pick up the typo.
I did not.
No, line 4, school arrivals.
Yep. Got it. Again, harking back to dimensional controls, which are established in the in the zoning bylaw, sorry. The proposed building will meet or exceed the setback requirements in section 6.0. It's going to maintain a 169.5 foot front yard setback, which we measured from Main Street in this case. That's the lot line with the frontage. So that's the defined front lot line. A 208 foot rear yard setback to the east where 20 feet is required. They do have a 25 foot side yard setback to the southern property line, and I know that gets east might be even rear in this case. Sorry if I misspoke there.
You're actually, I think, getting to a comment that I had is that I think on this property we have multiple side yards because of the funny shape of it. So let's outline the southern. And I think it would be the western side would be considered a side yard setback.
The northern line will be a side, so the west is the front, the east then is the rear.
And what is it where it comes in and it's like this, there's a house there and it comes like that? Is that not a side yard setback also?
It's on the plan.
And that's on the western side.
Western side would be the street.
No, but there's a western side that has the street and there's also where on the western side of the property it abuts the property. Keyhole, thank you.
Are you able to pull it up, Andrew?
Yep.
So if we're mentioning setbacks, you know,
right, for sure.
All of them, that's my point, yeah.
There's a few other notes in that same thing.
So in this case, we'd be looking along all of these lines going north to south at a front yard setback requirement.
So even the ones that are.
What about the one?
That one.
Where you're, yeah.
This one right here.
That's not a front yard setback, is it?
That is.
Where it's abutting another property?
I mean, we can look at it in different ways but north or front or side, I think either requirement is met.
I think we've been interpreting it as a side, right?
Okay.
So we should just specify what it is. If there's not 169 feet there, so we should specify what that is and that we're acknowledging that, and that even if it's a side yard setback, it meets it.
Yep.
It's 20. it's not necessarily listed as a 20-foot setback on that plan. Whereas the front yard setback is listed.
This is in relation to the structure though, correct?
Yes.
Not the development as a whole.
Right, right.
Sure. Josh, do you happen to be able to calculate the distance from this property line to the structure? I don't know if that's noted.
We can,
Mhm.
we're measuring it now.
Probably.
Scroll up, it says 15 foot side setback up there. Is that the same distance on the corner? Do you scroll just like a tiny teeny bit? Andrew?
What did you say? Can you speak up a
Scroll
little?
up
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at a
just
different
a
screen
little
than
bit.
But up there, it's a lot because it's to the structure.
15.
Now see where it says 13.5 right there, the corner, but it says 15-yard setback. I just want, or 15 foot in that yard. Can you scroll up just so we can see the property line?
Here,
Thank
here,
you.
yes, so sorry, huh?
Cause that looks like it's a 45-degree, so it looks like the setback is listed at the 15-foot side setback on this plan. But if that's 15 plus 8, then you're over the 20-foot anyway.
Right.
Mm.
It's just showing us where the 15-foot side setback is.
Right.
Yeah. You might.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yes.
Front.
I've been confident it's over, I just feel like in the findings, we
Right,
should say
right.
it.
Exactly.
And just to
But I just wanted
clarify,
to make sure.
Yeah, I'm confident it's there, we just should be
Yep.
complete.
and just to clarify too, to the point Andrew made, bless you, 13.5 to the retaining wall, talking building structure setback, so that's why that's encroached into the setback.
Yeah.
At the closest point, it's 25, 3 feet, 3 inches.
25 feet, 3 inches. I'm gonna say to the southern and the southwestern property lines. About 25 foot is maintained, thank you.
Thank you.
Got it, yep, okay, thank you. Lot coverage, principal and accessory buildings.
You can't see the decision.
Oh, yep, always looking at something different. That's why. So we got that captured in terms of that setback, and I can even further clarify that too, specific maybe to that property address. Lot coverage is accounted for, 25% allowed, 8.4% provided. That does, just for full transparency, include the full lot, not upland only. So that's percent of the whole lot, not upland only.
Okay.
Parking does not account for lot coverage, building. Building height, maximum building height is 35 feet. The proposed building height is 28 foot to the parapet. And then again, the frontage and 100 feet of linear frontage written into the bylaw, 80 feet of frontage proposed and existing for the site. Okay. Lighting, there's a series of parking lot lighting as well as building lighting. Parking lot lighting is approximately 15 feet tall. I believe the Conservation Commission went through this pretty thoroughly to ensure the spillover into the wetlands was not too impactful. So those have been placed around the entire parking lot. Building lighting is to be mounted around the exterior of the building about 7 feet high. Lighting fixtures will be dark sky compliant.
I have a minor
Mhm.
edit to this. Newer language used by Dark Sky International is that lighting fixtures will be dark sky approved. That's capitalized. I double checked. What's in there is dark sky approved. It doesn't change anything, but I'd love to start using that language.
Yeah.
I also have a question. In our findings, is it appropriate or is this more of a condition? Will lighting be turned off when the facility is closed? I can't remember if that was the plan.
Yeah, I believe we discussed about like 1 hour after closing, just for employees or anything like that. And then any emergency lighting or life safety lighting that has to be on would be on.
Okay.
The parking lot lighting would be turned off overnight.
Do we put that in the findings or in a condition about the parking lot
That
lighting?
would probably be a condition,
So too,
so if we
okay.
can just make a note to make sure.
I have a question about the lighting as well.
Yep.
7 foot high, that's above as-built grade.
Yes.
After the site is finished, it'll be 7 foot above. What's the height of the lighting relative to the unmodified adjacent properties? You probably have to, would need at least 3 answers because it's 3 sides.
Right.
Is that known?
I don't know the grades off the top of my head, but let's see if the screening is above.
Within a couple feet. I'm not looking for-
Yeah, I know the fencing is all 6 to 8 feet, probably 6 more often in this case. That's my grading plan. If I can offer, if Josh, if you know the answer off the top of your head, please.
Go ahead.
Just the question one more time.
What's the elevation? The light is 7 feet above finished grade as built.
Mhm.
What is the grade, what is the elevation of the light relative to the unimproved elevations of the adjacent property? Roughly.
Which property?
Well, say north-south and just immediate north and south parcels, and maybe off the back as well.
So the south, the light would be approximately 2 feet below the top of wall, if not greater. Sorry, I lost my voice over the weekend. It's finally coming back. To the west, it would. Be about 11 feet higher. Well, to the edge of the property line, the home's an additional, 3-4 feet up. So anywhere from 7 to 8 feet up. And what was the other property like?
Say off to the east, you'll have lighting on the playground as well?
No, just the 2 wall packs. The playground is not lit at night. No children will be playing at night or early in the morning. Again, all the lighting on the building is dark sky compliant, full cutoff LED, downward facing.
All right, thank you.
Question, thank you. So the proposed building materials, the facade will consist of board and batten siding and trim, window and door trim, shutters, awnings, and a metal roof. Stone accent is provided around the base of the building. I can always pull those elevations up from memory. So on the drainage, to start, there was a third-party peer review of the stormwater and drainage design as well, and that was administered through the Conservation Commission. There is an increase of impervious area on site. All stormwater runoff is captured through roof leaders, the curbing and grading of the parking lot, and it's all directed to a series of deep sump catch basins, which further direct towards the infiltration basins for treatment and discharge. There is some emergency overflows pointed towards the wetlands, but it's all still treated first. So that was reviewed by Horsley Witten, and a series of comments and questions on that one ran through to make sure no low points on site were adjacent to residential communities, so that was pretty well vetted through.
Yeah, and if I recall, there was a low spot on it,
Mhm.
it would impact an adjacent
Yep, yeah, so there's other trench drains and
property
things
that was
throughout
taken
the site.
care
Yeah. In terms of landscaping, there is a combination of 64 trees to be planted around the site. About 31 of those are going to go directly into the 100-foot buffer zone as mitigation replacement for the Conservation Commission. There's a series of other shrubs and seed cover as well. The existing vinyl fence along the southern property line is to remain, as well as the existing wooden fence at the northern property line. There is a 4 to 8 foot high retaining wall and cedar board fencing proposed around the building. And I should also note, and I can add this too, that the fencing on the western property lines are to remain.
Okay.
And that's where the parking looks into. Utilities will come off of Main Street. There is that 1,000-gallon grease trap you noted, required per code. In terms of signage, there's a freestanding monument sign proposed at the driveway and perpendicular to Main Street. It's 30 square feet total and will be internally illuminated. That will have to meet the sign bylaw definition of internally illuminated, which is the lettering only, not the background. The background will have to be opaque.
Can I ask a question about that? I didn't notice this really until I was reading it this weekend. I thought our bylaw in residential areas prohibits internally illuminated signs.
But it's, I think, because of the class, I looked it up earlier, it's because of the use, I think.
Excuse me, we need you to speak up more.
Sorry, I think it was because of the use.
Sorry, I said I was questioning whether or not this was allowed because I thought in residential zoning districts, internally illuminated signs were prohibited in our zoning bylaw.
I think for the commercial use.
I'm sorry, I just had a note said to me that RCTV is not streaming. I don't know exactly what to make of that.
I'm gonna ask my buddy Rob to try to figure
Yeah, we'll
it out.
just pause and
Yeah.
people can join us during Zoom
The
as
mics they
well.
distribute around here so the audience can hear. If they're not to mic us for RCTV, that would be useful.
Yeah, I can pull out some
And we can also just
amplification
speak up.
mics.
Thank you for saying that.
So for signs
We're
and
live, okay.
for signs in residential zoning districts,
I am seeing
legal
it.
businesses, commercial operations, and residential zoning shall follow business B zoning.
Okay, thank you.
That is regulation 8.5.6.1.
And I only read to 8.5.6. Okay, you did better research than me. Thank you.
Sorry, the sign bylaw is a little conflicting too, because there is another sign, business or commercial signs in residential districts that ends in and may be externally illuminated only during hours of operation.
Yes.
And this is also only during hours of operation then? Yeah, that's the condition, right? Okay.
Sorry, were we good on the RCTV thing?
Olivia,
It says for streaming, but I don't see it on the YouTube.
You guys are live.
That is really disappointing.
The meeting was posted and a Zoom link was posted as well, so people can join if they want to right now, so.
Okay, yeah, no, it's streaming.
Okay.
You have to hit the RCTV Studios logo at the top to get the feed, but it is streaming.
Okay,
Interesting.
thank you. Let's continue.
There's also a wall-mounted sign proposed along the building's front facade, which faces to the north, and the side, which faces towards Main Street. I do not believe those signs are to be illuminated, if I read the detail correctly.
And that's correct, the signs on the building are not to be illuminated? That's a question, yeah.
Just to close on the findings, there is an 11 by 11 dumpster enclosure, screened and secured in the parking lot, and that will be managed by the entity in property management.
Were you going to answer the question about the illumination?
So the signs as shown on the plan are internally illuminated, but we would comply with any ordinance requirement for wall signs. That's what I noted at the last meeting, but the plans show internally illuminated, whatever is required, they would comply with.
On the building as well?
Correct.
I'm just gonna ask, like, would you consider having it be externally illuminated just to fit with the residential character of the area?
As we kind of go through,
It's not required, I know, but
I
it
can
would be, I
confirm.
think, nicer, yeah,
Yeah, as we go through.
Yeah.
okay.
I'll double check. But I just, at least I didn't read this as an illuminated sign. Like this was the freestanding sign, and that notes lighting, LED cabinets, but this one just didn't. But we can work on that. We can figure it out.
There's an electrical box.
No, I saw that. So
I noticed the
kind of
electrical
like
box,
was
but I
like,
didn't see
why-
anything else, yeah.
Yeah, we have it covered in the condition.
Yeah.
That's coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any findings, discussions?
Any discussion, more discussion on the findings? We'll move to the conditions then.
Okay. So the first condition is the public health, safety, and welfare. If at any time due to conduct of the applicant or owner or the site residents. Oh, sorry, thank you. If the site becomes a nuisance to public health, safety, or welfare, the applicant or owner, I'm even gonna say agrees to work with staff to take reasonable, good faith and cost-effective efforts to rectify the problems being faced.
Could I make an edit to this? Where it says reasonable, good faith and cost-effective efforts. I would really like to say good faith efforts that are cost and resource effective for the town.
Good faith.
Resource effective.
What I mean, maybe cost effective is just fine. What I'm thinking is, don't take all of our police officers for detail when we need them maybe doing other things. So that's something that should be considered when.
Sorry, can you just repeat?
Just say good faith efforts that are cost effective for the town. Thank you.
I'd like to add into the parenthetical in the first sentence. Together with trash and things like that, the emergency management plan becomes infeasible based on the number of occupants and safe space for evacuation.
I don't want to overstep. Is it permissible for us to weigh
I
in?
can tell you, these are conditions that were, yes, it is permissible for you to weigh in, yes.
Thank you.
How is that permissible, but the public can't speak? That's not fair, Heather. You didn't ask him a question, he's providing a proactive comment.
Okay, timeout. I am questioning whether or not this fits, and I am inviting the applicant. A lot of the things that I do, I just invited the applicant to do external lighting, right? And ask for the agreement on that. I'm asking for a perspective on this. Please.
So I think we have a couple concerns with these edits. One is the idea of cost effectiveness is in keeping with the Dover Amendment, which deals with unreasonable cost to an applicant. I have no issue, and I think what you were getting at makes sense. We don't want to implement a solution that is going to drain town resources, but I would ask that cost effective not be limited to the town, because otherwise it does risk becoming impermissible under the Dover Amendment. And then in terms of any reference to the emergency management plan, again, we tried to provide information in response to inquiries from members of the board, but from our perspective, we don't think this is something that is permissibly regulable by the board, and I would ask that there not be a reference in this condition to the emergency management plan.
Okay, thank you for your perspective there. Chris,
Why
I got.
don't I get my language first?
Okay, and then I'd like to get Chris's perspective on this as well.
So its emergency management plan becomes infeasible based on the number of occupants and safe space for evacuation.
Number of occupants and
Safe space for evacuation.
Safe space for evacuation. Probably should be, and you're gonna pick it up, et cetera.
well, I added
Yeah.
it after to be a bit more on its own standing. See what you're saying.
Okay, Chris, Town Council, thank you for being on the
Sure.
line.
Oh,
Could
no
you
problem.
share, let's take these one at a time. Could you share your perspective on the language that was just added about the emergency management plan under this section of the conditions?
Absolutely. As I understand it, the emergency management plan is a state regulatory requirement administered by EEC as part of its licensing of the child care facility. It is not a regulation that is administered by the CPDC, either under the zoning bylaw generally, or in your more limited set of powers that you get to administer under the Dover Amendment. I think, to my mind, rather, the emergency management plan is something that should be left to EEC in the state to review and approve or not when they are reviewing it. And I think it is something that is best not included in the board's decision on this application.
Thank you. And I'm thinking of this section also as things that happen that cause kind of a recurring public nuisance is my perspective as well. So could I get your perspective also on the language that I added about
Sure. I think I guess two thoughts on the cost effectiveness. One, I think your ad is a good one. Two, I think as I read the original draft that we started with tonight, I did regard the cost effectiveness language as language that was intended to protect the applicant if and when we, the town, are looking for them to do new and different things to mitigate an issue that arises. So I guess I think it's good to protect both parties, the town and the applicant. And I guess what I might suggest is simply make that clear that that is a protection for both. So it might read that are also cost effective to the town and the applicant slash owner.
Chris, the one reason for my suggested language up there is that I believe that the emergency plan is a public health and safety issue. Because you can't go to the police and fire department to talk about it.
So I get it is, you know, my concern is that it is, I've got two concerns about tackling it or including it just by reference in the decision. One is that it's a state requirement that is not administered by the CPDC. And two, it is definitively not a bulk height, yard size, lot area, setback, open space, parking, or building coverage requirement, which are the limited set of things that we're allowed to regulate under the Dover Amendment. So I think my take is that we can trust that the emergency management plan is going to be submitted, reviewed, and ultimately approved at the state level, but it is not something that the CPDC is responsible for reviewing or administering.
Thank you. And maybe it's on my mind later on at an appropriate time to just ask about what are the other, ask the applicant later, what are the other permitting processes you'll need to go through, if you'd be willing to share that, but later.
Well, I do have another section in here that talks about conditions. And that would also contain similar language that it does apply for the state emergency management.
Okay, so as we go along, and John, did you have a question?
I did. This section seems to be a bit of a catch-all in that it gets activated in the event of unforeseen, unintentional circumstances, such as the ones listed here. The remedy it prescribes, though, is that the groups will work together. And that doesn't necessarily address the urgency of a problem. It gets you to a solution, but it doesn't contain the problem while you're working. For example, if there were noise or frequent traffic spillover or other issues related to operation, it's not unreasonable to have a containment step that simply obviates or addresses the symptom while you continue to work on the problem. That might include involvement of public safety. It might include public health. As written, it only deals with corrective action, and it takes the tension out of correcting it immediately. And you can imagine in public safety situations, you absolutely have to apply some amount of correction while you do work in good faith towards a solution.
So is there a suggestion to the language you would have?
I would say after the parentheses, the applicant owner shall agree to work with staff to take immediate corrective action and further to work towards reasonable good faith. And that corrective action I would leave for the town safety or town board of health or any of the other operational organs in the town. But that requires both the town to notify and the applicant or the operator to agree about the corrective action. Imagine there's a plumbing break of some sort. This is common sense, but this is now obligatory.
Chris, is there any comment you'd have on that language or suggestions to make it even stronger?
Not to make it stronger, no. I think immediate corrective action is sufficiently strong.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes.
I had a question, the comment was brought up about police and fire concerns from my previous, our previous meeting. I'm pretty sure the applicant solidified the fire department's concern about, responding to an emergency. Is that not accurate?
That is also what I heard. I heard that the concern that is incorporated in this decision, I believe, is to have a second egress from the play yard that's further from the building, and that was
the public concern as
the
it relates to the applicant and as it relates to the project itself. They have worked directly with the fire department and had their plan reviewed and accepted by the fire department. Am I correct on that?
Sorry.
I'm asking, am I correct on this?
You are.
What's going on here?
What's going on back there?
Are you leaning on the?
And same thing with the police department. And I haven't seen that.
Right, we have that in our,
In our previous
documentation.
I know, I just want to
yeah.
make sure it's noted, because the comment was made. We haven't had a myriad of the police chief or police department people coming in here with major concerns that have not been responded or altered in the plan prior to the statement.
Yeah. And also, I'll share with you that, my interest in this section, this is a common section, my interest in this section is, there's a lot of, we have the traffic impact analysis. There's a lot of kind of assumptions that the traffic impact analysis, so we got the peer review of the traffic impact analysis. If, for instance, in an unforeseen way, in a way that the analysis didn't anticipate, there is a backup or spillover in a dangerous way, for instance, onto Route 28, a la maybe some other establishments in town where this sometimes happens.
Which would trigger this.
It would trigger, that would become kind of a nuisance, and it would trigger something that needs to be taken care of. We have other things, and we've had other properties and operations that have come back before Cpdc to update their site plans to also take care of parking and traffic concerns. So if it's a concern that can't be rectified, if it requires a change of the site plan, that comes back to Cpdc.
I just wanted to make sure we were clear that we have the representatives of Reading Police Department and the Reading Fire Department come in here after changes were made and discussed and solidified the majority of said concerns.
Yeah, we're relying on experts here. Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, Heather.
Yes.
In the case of police, the last note I saw, it might have been May or June. I haven't seen anything more recent than that. It seemed to say that there were still discussion points that are yet to be folded into the traffic management plan. Have you seen the finished traffic management plan or acknowledgement that police?
We did get a traffic management plan, an on-site traffic management plan. I like you, I'm not totally convinced, and that's why I think this paragraph is really important.
But to the degree police are still are satisfied with the current state, I don't see anything new in our packet tonight in the folders that were distributed. And the dates are old; they're several months old. So if there's something newer, I don't see it. Maybe you.
I think they brought up concerns for us.
I
think they brought up some concerns for us to address within our capacity to do so and within our purview that we have the ability to do so. So we can't change, we can't change traffic on Route 28. We can't change striping on Route 28. No, thank you. Just let us sort this out, please. Sorry to be, that was a little bit more antagonistic, but let us sort this out.
Yeah, Guy does have his hand raised.
Guy, you have your hand raised. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
As we dive deeper into this, can we just one moment just take a quick step back? To John's point of the corrective action being immediate, should there also not be a call to halt the action or the
conditions that lead
inaction that is causing the nuisance?
I'm comfortable with immediate action, and I'll tell you why. And maybe I'd look for Chris's perspective on this, because immediate is a broader term. The immediate action may be to halt something. It may be something else to address whatever's out there. I kind of like the language of just to address it immediately.
I just want to give you an example why I think halt may be necessary. So let's say spillover is the issue, and their immediate action is to submit for more police details, but police details are unavailable. The spillover is going to continue to occur until traffic can be managed better, right? Until there's details available to help with that. So I think halting the action by forcing to stagger drop-offs or something of that nature would come into play, if they could not conduct their business because they were causing a nuisance, they are going to be more apt and likely to do something about the issue
So are you
And if they're,
saying that if the police determine that there's a nuisance, that they should shut down their operations until something, I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're suggesting.
my
I think that's
concern
probably
is,
beyond
my
our-
concern is that traffic is going to be a problem. I think it's a concern to all of the residents here. I read every single letter they submitted. And I think that a little more pointed expectation from them, if they're so confident in their plan and their practices, they should have no issue accepting that a halt to their business would be imposed should they not meet the expectations they've set forth and how they plan on managing their business and day-to-day traffic.
Okay, thanks. Chris, I would love to invite you to weigh in on this one.
Thank you. I've got, I think, two responses to that. And I think my suggestion is that the condition is sufficiently strong as currently drafted without the need for further changes. Observation number one, if there is a truly disruptive traffic event happening, I think I would trust that the police department is going to show up and get a handle on it without the need to rely on the zoning permitting to make that happen. They're going to deal with the traffic issue that is arising in real time out there on site. Number two, we can't, I don't think, include a condition that would call for the immediate shutdown of the business in response to some unanticipated condition that is not specifically addressed in the actual permit itself. Remember that the use is protected. The use can locate on this site or any other site in town pursuant to state law, overriding our local zoning. I don't believe the applicant is likely to live with a condition that would allow the zoning enforcement officer to immediately shut down the business in response to an unforeseen traffic scenario. I think what we can do instead is, what the decision currently does, include the expectation that if something unanticipated happens, they will come in, they will work with us, they will implement additional measures to address the unforeseen problem. But I do worry that imposing an immediate shutdown of the business is a step slightly too far in terms of our authority under DOBR.
Yeah, so Chris, maybe the thought there is that this needs to be, segmented, and it's not just a nuisance issue. It's a true concern to public safety where the halt needs to come into play, because if something can be a nuisance, it can be a little bothersome, maybe there's some backup, okay, understood. But when it gets to the point where public safety comes into check, at that point, I would expect the action to be halted. I don't know about you, but there's certainly liability to be had with that.
And pardon me, guys, for just 1 second, Guy. Andrew, could you bring the decision language back up onto the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, but the building department at any point in time or any major public safety is a concern by the operation of business can issue a cease and desist immediately. That's always up there without conditions.
If there's something so extreme that happens.
If it's an immediate endangerment to personal health, yes. Any business can be shut down in that case.
And that probably gets down, over to operations that are also beyond CPDC.
That's beyond us, and that's the purview of the building department and the town.
Yeah, I just, what I see happening here is inevitably, and I'm trying to be a pessimist, I'm just trying to think this through. Inevitably, maybe the traffic flow doesn't go so to plan, and we're dealing with, Bagel World 2.0, only worse. And now it's up to the police department to have to sit there and manage this. And that's not fair, and that's not right, and that's poor planning.
So I wonder, we have the letter that was just up from the police, the second paragraph of that, if we can make a condition based upon the RPD's.
I was about to read that.
Oh, could you bring that letter back up again, Andrew? I forgot that's why.
Chris, I'd weigh in if you can fully mention a condition like this, because it's kind of a redundancy because they have to do this anyways. So I don't think the client would have a problem with it.
Oh, yeah, the condition of wanting to have a site visit prior to occupancy.
No, the second paragraph.
Oh, the second.
Operationally assigned, staggered pickup and drop.
I do believe we did hit this in the previous meeting. I just don't think it got documented.
This doesn't say it was achieved. This is a homework assignment.
And wasn't the staggered drop-off and pickup time part of the submitted draft parking management plan? So it's part of, do we need to add that to the findings? That it's going to be that the plan is to have staggered drop-off and pickup?
I think you should add that to the conditions.
Add it to the conditions, thank you, okay.
The keyword is operationally assigned. It means it's given to the parents in groups. It's like, group 1, group 2, group 3.
Yeah, that's, or you have, your child is here from the hours of 7 to 3, and your child is here from the hours of 9 to 5, that kind of,
Has that been achieved, that as of the 8th of August, this was a to be done? Is this now done? Has that operational assignment thought been incorporated into that?
Which
second paragraph, second sentence?
So the written parking management plan, like that would be delivered to parents, I had as a condition prior to occupancy. In terms of getting that to staff so we can review it before they distribute it to parents.
Yes.
Make sure it's captured.
The second paragraph says, the plan was presented, but additional steps were recommended. Have we seen the plan with the recommendations? Third paragraph says, and by the way, you'll of course inform parents when.
Well, so there was the draft sketch of a parking management plan that wasn't an official parking management plan, that was given to us, but can't we just say, regardless of what was in the parking management plan, take where Andrew's cursor is right there, as operationally assigned staggered drop-off and pickup times. We could put that in a condition to say, this is what you must do.
Chris, any issue with that?
When I said, oh, should we put in the
Sorry, not for me. No, that's fine.
Thank you.
I have a hypothetical for you, Chris, that ties off to what Guy said. The intent here is to not have this problem by queuing different groups at different times and therefore taking the peak down to be more of an average. If despite the best intentions of all, problem emerges that is intractable or just needs to be rethought, does that fall under the immediate corrective action? Or is that something different? Because it now goes to the operation. Not just solving a problem, it's actually solving something that doesn't work. Follow what I'm saying?
I don't know that I follow the question.
You and I sit down and plan to have 50 people arrive at the same time. We realize that could be done. We break it into 5 groups of 10. We both agree, we go off. We suddenly find out even that doesn't work. We need to stop what we're doing and rethink about it again, but the organization is up and running. Does immediate corrective action allow the town, or one of its organs, to step in and say, this isn't working, we need to rethink it? Not that it's not repairable as designed, it needs to be redeveloped.
I mean, I just a general comment or two. This daycare facility can go on this property with the number of students they are proposing and the number of staff they are proposing. They meet the parking requirements for under the zoning bylaw. And I expect that the traffic impact assessment did not identify any truly scary predicted traffic impacts of this project at this proposed size. So I think we're considering how to deal with hypotheticals that may or may not come to pass But I think where I ultimately land is that the CPDC is not expert. I wouldn't expect the CPDC to be expert in, proper management of a childcare facility of this size. I think we, to some extent, have to rely upon the applicant, state the expectations to the applicant, and then trust that the applicant will figure out a way to satisfy them.
The question wasn't all about the applicant. I have no doubt what you say is true, but I don't think any of us can tell us what happens on Route 28 on Monday morning when there's a crash on 93. That's my point, is if something happens that demonstrates, despite our best intents, that there's an underlying deficiency, does immediate corrective action address that? Give the town the means to go in and suggest that there's a bit of a redo. And I'm not trying to cast aspersions. We all buy insurance because hypotheticals happen. This is the thought about what happens if.
So
I think I think I would hope that the decision captures any recommended traffic mitigation that was included in the back and forth between their traffic engineer and our peer reviewer. In addition to any recommended mitigation that was agreed upon between those two experts, I think we are doing our best to defend against an unforeseen eventuality by including something that requires the applicant to come back in and work with the town should something unexpected happen.
Are those plans included here explicitly or by reference yet?
which plans?
The traffic mitigation plan, parking plan?
The traffic management plan?
Yeah.
Is that included
Yeah.
by reference?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it included in the decision? But it's one of the submissions
It's
that
one of
was
the
up there.
submission materials, and then again with more detail likely to come in terms of like the written statements provided to parents.
They have number 8 of the submissions is the parking management plan that was
Thank you.
dated on August 8th.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. I understand the question now.
Maybe keep it close on,
Yep.
I still think there's some vernacular we could hopefully add to this and next one. So prior to the occupancy, to go over the parking management plan, parking lot layout and traffic flow.
Mhm.
Could we add that as a condition? I'm asking, I don't know if we can.
Yeah, no, let me just
Yeah, certainly,
read
if it's not in
the-
there now, we should add that, yeah.
So what do we?
It's the beginning of the 3rd paragraph, the prior to occupancy, the,
Will be the
Oper-
public safety
yeah.
officer
Okay.
to go over the parking management and layout and traffic flow.
Can we just take that whole paragraph and put it in as a condition around?
Virtually was, I just didn't have the parking lot layout and traffic flow language. So what we have is prior to occupancy, I'll mess with that later. The applicant shall provide a copy of the parking management plan and practice, and I'll even add police department, just so I don't forget when I get it. This is to include, but is not limited to, the concepts for staggered pickup and drop-off timeframes for age groups, parking lot layout, and traffic flow.
And that's under the conditions prior to the certificate of occupancy.
And then post-occupancy,
And then there's conditions for
can move
ongoing
the
maintenance
public.
after.
lose track of this, let me, sorry, I know it looks messy, but make sure public safety is also there for that. Parking management plan annual deliverance. We were really just looking to get it once a year upon opening to make sure that the practice is consistent or what's changed based on the findings.
Getting once a year?
Just that parking management language that they deliver to the homeowners.
Could we go back to the police department in their memo, in their email specified something really specific that I, including not limited to, wait, sorry, it's getting confusing.
So
I'll let you finish what you're doing there. Let's go back to the memo.
That's just formatting.
Yeah.
So I have the staggered pickup drop off.
There was language in their email about communication to parents, stressing no stopping on Main Street. And there was something else there. And we may as well, unless Chris tells us to not be that specific, we may as well include that language that they've requested and to be communicated to parents.
And so at least how I read it, I don't need that language in the ongoing after occupancy, because that's what's conditioned above. We do say that, yep, it will be given to new and returning parents annually. Staff can review it and that they'll identify a point of contact, which I think is another RPD ask. To make sure that we have someone to communicate with any needs.
Does that work for everybody?
Back to the letter.
Yep.
The last sentence says, this will be revisited. English was never a strong point for me, but I think that this means the parking expectation document. But then it goes on to say, with a post-occupancy report on the parking management plan. Who's providing a post-occupancy report?
The applicant did agree, and this is also a condition, to review it and provide a report that summarizes the peak parking utilization and general findings of the pickup drop-off practice. And so I think that's what that last sentence is.
Is that on the screen somewhere?
Yep, number 9 there.
Okay, all right, so that's a work product of the applicant. Right,
yes, and that one is a single time deliverable.
So it's revisited once, not recurring. It's done once, so after year 1.
Right, right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go back up to make sure we're covering bases.
Yep.
Thank you, John, for bringing that up to go referred back to the police department email.
Going back to conditions now?
Yeah, we're going back to conditions.
To find out.
And we're still technically under general conditions.
Yep.
Is Chris talking?
No.
I think it was just.
Chris, if you're there, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was not talking.
Just the background noise.
So let's see, I'm just gonna, so we think we're still talking within this,
Okay.
public health, safety and welfare. If I do move on, utilities will be run from Main Street. Those will need the appropriate plans and details for engineering as well as RMLD. Site plan decision, this of course is only for this site plan decision herein and not any future renovations, additions, or other that may trigger the requirements of site plan review. signage, we will need a separate sign permit application. I'll even note here, signage shall comply, so we can go back to make sure the lighting.
Oh, thank you.
Sidewalk improvements through the curb cut modification, the applicant will need the access permit from Mass DOT. As part of this, they shall seek permission to repair any damage to the sidewalk along their property frontage and adjacent ramps to follow the engineering division and MassDOT standards. Typical just coverage in case some damage is done to the sidewalk during construction. Handicap parking, of course, shall be posted in the locations. That's a general condition depicted. The landscaping as a general condition shall be installed as per the final plan. Sometimes there's some subject to change there based on species and availability. But we'll work through to make sure with conservation that the size and intents of the landscaping are met. In the event that weather conditions prevent completion of the landscape, say they complete the project in January, but are looking for occupancy, we'd look for a bond to cover the landscape amount in the future. That can be looked at if that were to arise. Of course, architecture we expect to be as substantially indicated on the plans. And at all times, the owner shall comply with the conditions imposed within the order of conditions issued by the Conservation Commission. Yep. Prior to the issuance of building permit, the applicant will work with the engineering staff to address any remaining needs, such as drainage inspections, ongoing inspections, things of that nature. On the plan revisions, these two did come up at the last hearing, but knowing that we closed at the last discussion, but knowing we closed the public hearing, the applicant shall provide a second means of egress to or from the rear of the play area and coordinate with public safety officials. I know that conversation has already started, but the finer details just aren't done yet, and in terms of a plan for CPDC, given the close of the public hearing.
Is this best form to have a change after the meeting closes of this sort?
Pretty typical in the sense that this doesn't, I guess, get away from the zoning requirements.
Say that again?
This doesn't get away from the zoning requirements.
And that we're requiring it before they get a building permit. So that's the staging of it, is to come to a resolution with that. And we're requiring that second means of egress from the play area.
So that egress, if it's off the rear, will require, I believe, anyone seeking shelter to cross at least two private properties, no matter how they go. Has permission been?
So the intent, again, of the plan design and the condition is that the egress of the play area is provided at that easternmost side somewhere along there. Not necessarily where to bring people from there. It's to make sure.
Is there a drawing that shows this concept?
Not showing the concept, but we can talk about it.
But we talked about a potential location to be sorted out with the public safety officials.
This is all new ground. This wasn't reviewed in the last meeting.
So
it was discussed in the last meeting, John. We specifically discussed this in the last meeting.
We discussed it, but the particulars weren't.
No, because it's not. And again, it's like if anything were to require a change in the site plan, they'd have to come back to us.
So what Reading Fire Department was requesting was some means of egress in and around this area. I know there's grading work to look at and some finer details in the event that they can't get the people's to the parking lot. So that's the condition, to provide the means of egress on this side of the play area, not necessarily where into to bring them to Francis Drive or further to properties to the east or where. It's really to make sure they can get out of the play area.
So it would be to wing their way back west to 28th, say, through
Right, either that or wherever public safety can get them to, I'm sure they'll take the actions needed to get them where they need to be and are.
The reason I bring it up is in both Killam and 440 Haverhill, this body brought up the need for that path to at least be identified. We asked for it. Maybe we're not obligated to get it, but we asked for it, we received it. So the notion here is to have them traverse that back wall, and then is there an identified path, or will there be an identified path?
I don't know
It'll be wooded, right?
EEC will require an identified path or not. I believe in earlier examples, we again conditioned the egress to be designed in the fences, but stop short of like easements or access, permanent access to and from private properties, because
why?
Because we didn't feel we could condition that.
Yeah.
But you're imposing it on the neighbors nonetheless. They're not parties to this discussion. You're
Just to, again, like, I don't know if public safety would take them to the north, come out here, come to the north in and around to get to the parking lot.
I think that's the point to be clarified.
So let's clarify this here then. I guess I can see what I'm hearing you're going is it's a second means of egress that doesn't infringe on abutting properties, that doesn't require abutting properties. Let's just say that. They do need to sort this out. We're conditioning that it's sorted out. I want to be careful that we're not assuming that, and certainly I hear you, that we don't want to leave it open for abutting properties to be part of their emergency
The reason I
plan.
bring it up is apparently an earlier version of this report last week was specific into the terminal point that these children should be brought to, at least in the direction.
I do think I had
It was
that language
revised
based.
late Friday.
Yeah.
With different language. Again, none of this was visible to the folks in the room.
There was a link.
There was, for whatever amount of time, there was an earlier draft of this document with different language, which described that the destination for children in the amount of egress should be a particular street. That has been scrubbed and it's now silent. So it opens the question, where do they go?
Oh.
And over what properties, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I did not see that document, but I have heard, I heard that there was the initial language said exit to Francis Street. We are not saying that here. We're actually taking that out because we're absolutely not conditioning. So let's just clarify on this language that a second means of egress that does not cause trespass onto abutting properties.
I want to be.
Make it extremely impossible.
I don't want to restrict public safety from doing what they need to do in this situation.
Yeah, Chris, I think we gotta be careful here a little bit. You can chime in. So, and I wanna, I deal with this all the time in my own personal work, right? If you have, I don't wanna say we're what if-ing a lot of conversations. What if there's a fire in the playground? What if there's a fire in the parking lot? What if there's 6 fires in 6 different areas? The kids, the organization is going to take its best route to get the kids to safety. It doesn't matter if it's the neighbors. But these are children and people we're talking about. So if they go into someone's yard because the condition is so bad and so poor that they can't get to the parking lot, so well be it. I mean, who cares if it's trespassing?
I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is there an intended plan? Right now it's silent. There ought to be a defined plan. There ought to be a defined plan, which is the default, even if in extreme cases you have to have an exception. Lack of a plan is not a plan.
EEC oversees that, not us.
Yeah, we're back to this question of EEC overseeing that, and if anything about the site layout, anything substantial, and that's defined at the end of the decision about the site layout, changes from what we're approving, it would have to come back to CPDC to see those changes.
I think Guy had his hand up too.
Yes, Guy, I saw that your hand is up as well.
You might be able to just change A to somehow indicate to remove people to safety or safe area, something like that.
Define safety.
Define safe.
The night of the emergency is not a night to figure it out, not the time to figure it out. Let's define it.
Right, but we are also not putting together their emergency action plan.
Yeah.
We have primary, secondary, contingency plans and nutrition. We do not have any purview off on how they design that.
I mean, I'm imagining safe areas change depending on where the danger is, and that's outside of our purview. Guy,
I think you still could put in to remove people to safety or safe area. Because it's still gonna be coordinated with public safety officials.
Yes.
yeah,
The one that I think should change as well too is.
and then Tom, if you don't mind, after you, Guy has had his hand up for a long time now. No, go ahead.
It must be tired. No.
Go ahead, and then Guy.
On the diagram, on the front side, it basically says, rally point 50. I propose changing that to say applicants proposed rally point.
Where does this say this?
It's on a diagram. It's the diagram that on the front side, maybe that's the way I copied this. On one side was a diagram, on the other side was their safety, their evacuation.
Okay, while Guy is talking, could you help us to figure out exactly where that is so that we know what we're asking them to change?
So again,
Well, all I'm saying is, I asked a question last time, where did the 50 feet come from? They didn't know. And I'm just suggesting with applicants proposed.
they are, sorry, Guy, just to clarify, that's dimensioning at 80 feet where minimum 50 feet is required. And I, again,
By
code.
by state code, right?
Yep. And I don't necessarily want to limit the EEC plan in certain ways, and I don't quite fully understand your language yet, but
Well, I think you just answered it. We didn't have an answer. That was the minimum for state.
yeah. Yeah.
What's the answer?
The answer is that minimum 50 feet is the requirement of state.
No, it's not. I've got the safety plan for the state, I've got it here. Doesn't require anything. It's a discussion with the town.
Isn't it in state code and?
I don't have the
Okay,
document.
again,
That's why I say applicants proposed.
okay, all right. Applicants proposing 80 feet, that was what I saw, not 50
Well,
feet.
no, it was in parentheses, 50 feet.
Okay.
The 50 feet is the minimum required is what they found. But yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And
Still
then
just-
when we're ready, let's get to Guy.
Still just not sure of the intent of the language or where it's going.
Is there, do you want them to change the diagram is what you, in the submission?
Yeah, what Andrew already just had up on screen.
Oh, change that. So that's gonna go to EEC and they'll regulate and approve it and make modifications.
Well, the other thing that's not in there is, it doesn't show in any diagram where the exit is either. So that's gonna get changed too. So it seems to me that we can stay here. if we want to.
That's EEC. I can't regulate.
So and those
I'm not
EEC,
regulating anything.
You want to add conditions to the EEC.
I'm basically saying that the 50-foot point is applicant's proposed rally point, 50 feet.
Well, no, they're proposing 80. If they're,
Oh.
they're saying their minimum
Can you bring it up again?
And is this, are we changing I mean, I'm a little bit confused, Tom, I have to admit, I'm a little bit confused about what you're asking, if this is
Okay.
language for the decision.
Make it a little larger so I can see. Okay, it's got minimum 50 feet required.
It's giving 80.
And all I would just say is applicants proposed.
this is the applicant's proposed plan.
Well, he's saying, it sounds to me minimum 50 feet required. I'll ask again.
So you wanna say like,
Where did you get the 50 feet from?
Would you like me to answer?
Yes, please.
State Building Code 780 CMR 1028 requires 50-foot setback if you can relocate to a public way.
That's a building code.
Right, that's the
But I-
building
Where
code.
these
But I've got
typically
the
fall.
Cpdc.
But we aren't Tom, I'm sorry, we're not
okay,
enforcing
okay, that's
EEC
fine,
regulations, and we aren't,
That's fine.
we aren't even issuing the building
Just proceed.
permit, we're doing the
Proceed.
site plan. Guy, please go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Your curbing in front of your transformer is 5 inches to a hammerhead drive aisle where potential ADA vehicle or hand accessible driver is pulling out into. Same comment that I had earlier on the other site plan review. Can we put some bollards in front of the transformer?
There are bollards shown on the plan.
Can you zoom in, please?
I'm seeing them
Yeah, they're small, but there's 4 bollards shown.
on each corner.
Correct. But we would have to require with the utility authorities requirements. Sometimes they require additional bollards, but it will be and is protected on the plan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Guy. All right, let's get back to the decision. We're now in the conditions that are the
So the second plan revision asked to be looked at is landscaping, and this was another minor amendment. Thank you for the correction to whatever butter caught it. That landscaping to the west of the building be looked at to see if any taller screening can be provided for that property, which is immediately adjacent to the site.
Yes.
And then same along the south property line. I know on the south there's a long row of tall arborvitaes, but I think where it wrapped to the north it was shrubs mostly, so we were looking to see if.
So this is the same kind of vernacular that we were talking about earlier with like one of the elevations you kind of left that.
Yeah.
But on that kind of southwest side, that's the budding area. Those are 2 remaining fences, correct?
Yeah.
So we just want to put in a condition to have them to review the use of for
the landscaping within the fence line on their property to review to see if there's. Let me bring up the landscaping plan here. Primrose's property. And I'm not sure that there's room, but asking to look at if along this row, if there's any taller plantings that may be sufficient to plant there for screening.
Yes.
Where's the south aspect that it referred to?
This is the south row of tall arborvitaes.
Is that because of the elevation drop that creates that requirement?
I would imagine so. That was just the initial proposal for strong screening on the rear.
And those were requests from the neighbors.
Yes, so this landscape request is from the neighbors. If any trees or more arborvitaes, I can say it's worth looking at.
you got the requirement for the other neighbors, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to the same amount of neighbors.
Yeah. There, if I recall, there was a question about between the 2, there was like a sewer easement or something like that, so that's why. Yeah, so.
I think the applicant.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you're right, you are correct, there's a sewer easement, so I think we agreed to provide more substantial plantings, but we just have to confirm with DPW and kind of coordinate that with them.
So
do we want to specify that then?
Yeah, do we want to include that in the condition?
Yeah.
Or just add that elevation?
So it shall be reviewed for improvement with larger planting as appropriately fitting, and I added with DPW in regards to the existing sewer easement.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
I can pull that up a little bit, but. Just moving forward, of course, all other permits are expected and necessary. We, as with everyone, look for a pre-construction meeting just for all town staff departments to be aware of the construction management plan, what to expect on the site layout going forward. Again, RMLD coordination as a separate entity. We always look for the ADA accessibility certifications. Similar in the same pre-construction meeting, we'll ask for the schedule, we'll ask for the more detailed drawings. That will be likely applied for the permit that triggers that meeting. There's an I&I fee related to the project that they'll coordinate with the engineering division. And at this time, we would expect that MassDOT issued and conditioned approval for the curb cut and driveway permits.
Yes, you don't have the MassDOT approval yet, right? Okay.
During construction, as with all development in town, construction hours in the general bylaw shall be adhered to, which is Monday through Saturday for certain hours. Construction activities shall be conducted in a manner that includes the dust control, the construction entrance, washing if needed, etc. The stormwater O&M plan does have during construction conditions, so those will be met, and those are again conditioned in the conservation OOC.
Andrew,
yep.
Back up in the study,
yep.
Which is under conditions. I'd like to put in something like it, where it basically says that the sample emergency management plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Early Education and Care organization, and minimally include periodic evacuation drills.
Yeah.
Should it go in during construction though? Or should that be?
No, it sounds like a general, or I'm even wondering, you know, I don't know.
We can't agree to that.
Why not?
Because it's not your purview.
Yeah, but listen to me. You're agreeing that you gotta go to Mass to get the Mass cut for the curb cut and all that kind of stuff. This is outside. All it is saying is you gotta go to them and get a plan approved.
Right,
That's all it's saying.
And you're saying what has to be in it. It's like telling us that we have to strike our curb cut.
It's right here, if you want to take a look at it.
Don't we have somewhere in there
But
already?
we also heard from other people that they do have, you know, requirements to do periodic drills.
Right.
Don't we, so here's my suggestion. First of all, don't we already have in here somewhere that you have to be permitted by EEC?
So that's really a condition of the occupancy.
Prior to
permit.
occupancy. And I mean, we can all assume currently, you know, EEC requires drills, but I don't think any language in the Cpdc decision should be specifying what the EEC licensing includes, because theoretically that can change. So it's what they're gonna include drills, I'm sure, but I'm not an expert in that. So if they're licensed by EEC, that covers everything they need to be covered. I don't think we can be saying what EEC must cover. That's EEC's job.
Okay, so we would be agreeing, would we not, that the sample plan shall be reviewed, whatever that is submitted, shall be reviewed and approved by the EEC. You can agree with that, correct?
That's a requirement for that.
So is the curb cut.
Right, so somewhere in here, don't we say, I thought I saw that.
I don't think I do.
It's somewhere in there that you're gonna be licensed by EEC. And that shouldn't be any, I mean, you're, right? Isn't it in there already?
We have to comply with the law. We're gonna comply with the law.
Well, if you've got an EEC specifically in there, I don't think
it's not.
Yeah, I think it's, I did see it as well, just like, applicant.
Might have been in a different,
There you go, early education care approval.
but if I can draft something like this, the applicant shall receive all necessary approvals from the EEC prior to occupancy.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
still during construction, okay, so now we're prior to occupancy, are we?
I'll jump back up, sorry, just to make sure. During construction, again, pretty standard conditions. This one of note is just a bond for the as-built to make sure we do get that before occupancy. So prior to the issuance of occupancy, of course, there's all the compliance reviews, site inspections, both planning, public safety, engineering, all building, everybody will go and make sure that they're ready to sign off on the permit card. That detailed parking management plan, which we talked about earlier.
I have one more edit on
Yep.
the detailed parking management plan. We're specifying staggered pickup and drop off timeframes for age groups. Maybe maybe that's okay with the applicant, but I don't think we should specify that it should be for age groups. It should just be staggered pickup and drop off times. It could be by family, it could be whatever.
Availability.
Yeah.
Operational group is what the,
It's enough to say groups. It's enough to say groups.
Yeah, groups.
I think
just saying-
it's enough to say staggered pickup and drop off timeframe.
These 15 families in these 15 minutes.
Yeah, we don't need to be specified
Okay.
additionally.
And that public safety site visit that RPD was looking for, just to make sure in terms of that parking management and pickup drop off before occupancy that they're getting their input on that architecture, landscaping as built. Ongoing after the occupancy, of course, is that annual deliverance to parents of that parking management plan. Signage shall illumination shall only be during hours of building operation or 1 hour beyond, I'm gonna say, and I can.
Right, that's what
fix
we just
that.
talked about, right? You wanted 1 hour beyond,
For lighting or signage?
like sign illumination.
Sign.
So typically 1 hour beyond, but again, I think we mentioned if there's, kind of a meeting with staff, we need lighting when people are there.
Yeah, beyond
Safe.
yeah.
So it just can't be, it has to, every single day turn off. Exactly 16.
Because you don't need the sign to be illuminated necessarily then, right?
We can work on that language.
And that's for everybody, that's a common thing that we do with signage around
Well,
town.
and it's required in our zoning.
Yeah, that's where it came from, was required in our zoning bylaw.
Um,
Quick edit there,
do your
dark sky approved.
Yep. Figure that out. Landscaping, of course, maintained in perpetuity. Off-street loading and delivery, no delivery truck shall queue on Main Street or within the on-site circulation aisles in a manner that impedes the two-way traffic flow through the parking lot. Commercial deliveries are prohibited between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. And I know the finding had the non-peak hours as well for some of their small deliveries. Snow shall be stored in a manner so that it shall not impact the landscaping. This is important on the wetland buffers.
Andrew, I have some edits on this because my recollection is that, and actually maybe we put this up in the finding, that snow storage areas are not provided, right? There's no snow storage areas are not provided on the site, correct?
We did, it's in the O&M, that's part of the decision that snow would be hauled.
Yeah, so let's put that up in the findings to connect with this also. It's similar to what we just approved with Recal, that snow storage areas are not provided. And so we should not refer to snow being stored in a manner that it shall not impact the landscaping, because it's not supposed to be stored at all, it's supposed to be removed, right? What's that?
It says that in the next sentence.
right?
The only reason I would keep that would be, it's common, like if you shovel, I think one of the concerns was piling snow in the front, so it does protect you in case, when you shovel a sidewalk after you get a half an inch of snow, you might push it into a lane, so it doesn't hurt you to have that. Again, we don't object to any of that language.
And your management plan has snow being removed within how many hours?
We don't specify. It depends on the size of the event, the type of snow.
Okay. Parking areas, no parking spaces. Yeah, so yeah, remove that capacity to snow storage areas. Can we also specify in the same way, I'm just thinking if you have a large snowstorm, you're surrounded by homes. In the same way that we prohibit commercial deliveries between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., which I think are based on our bylaws. Can we, I think it would be great to limit snow removal hours. If you've ever slept near a snow removal operation or tried to sleep near a snow removal operation, it doesn't happen. So like in the middle of the night, overnight snow removal, I think at the site embedded within, surrounded by residential areas, it'd be ideal to not have that happen.
Are you saying just removal, not plowing?
I'm saying, well, you're not gonna plow, right? There's nowhere to plow, right? You gotta remove the snow. And a snow removal operation takes bigger trucks, right? And they're loud and they have lights, and shouldn't happen between 10 and 5 when people are trying to sleep and get up for work the next day.
In a small event, there might well be plowing
What's that?
if we need to, if it's snowing. I mean, you don't remove snow every half hour, so there might well be plowing during the night, and you wouldn't want us to think.
I'm talking more about snow removal operations, right? Everybody, needs to plow when they need to plow, but when you need to remove snow, that's the backup sounds, that's the lights, it's really noisy, really loud, and really bright. So it's the snow removal operations.
And I just wanna point out for the previous draft decision, we did 72 hours.
Yeah, okay, so it should be within 72 hours. I mean, they have to.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a town, we have like on our own property, some way to say when.
I just wanted to tell you, that's what we did on the other one.
So in town, we require snow removal of substantial snowfall within 72 hours. Like in the last one that we did, there was no snow storage area, permanent snow storage area.
I don't think necessarily tell them that if they don't want to open up their school and just leave the place with snow, they can.
Right, absolutely.
So I don't think we can dictate it.
Okay.
How quickly.
All right, but this is speaking from a little bit of experience.
I think we say no snow removal that would impair the residential noise ordinance.
Residential noise ordinance. This is one where I would ask for the applicant's agreement to limit snow removal in the middle of the night. That's from personal experience in my neighborhood near the library. People, anyhow, it will make for bad neighbors.
I will say that we will, endeavor, but there are going to be times when there's a big storm, and if we need to remove snow, we have to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be a safety and operational problem, and we're going to have cars that can't get in, and then we're going to be accused of creating a nuisance situation because cars are going to be waiting to get in. So, as long as we can have language that says essentially we'll do our best to avoid snow removal during those hours, but
I don't know if you can say 5 a.m. You get a large snowstorm, they need to be out there and let them open up the school.
It is when those guys are out there, and like just like Francis.
no
Road
other
would get
business
plowed
or
at
school
any hour during the
has
day.
this condition. I
Any
think.
roads.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I'm saying. I don't know if we can knowing that, granted, don't get me wrong, 2018 was wild, or 14 was wild, with that bunch of snow, but that could happen any year.
I would say endeavor to minimize is better than nothing.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Chair. I would just like to comment that it feels like an uneven process right now because we've got new information concerning the school, concerning closed schools or open schools, and we're not being allowed to comment.
Hold on. The public hearing part, I'm sorry, the public hearing part really.
But we've entered some new information.
There's not new information about school operation. The
Whether or not the school is going to be opened or closed during school hours, during snowstorms, and how that's going to be handled is new information.
What the information that we gathered in the hearing was that the school would not be closed necessarily when public schools are closed. Just like any business, I would imagine, you have to be able to get your clients in. They did not say that they did not say, if I recall, that they would be closing during snowstorms. I know, I'm just speaking from my experience. My experience when I had my kids in daycare is the daycare would do everything it could to let us take our kids there to school.
I'm less concerned about the discussion concerning the snow and more the fact that we're having multiple side conversations over which the lawyer is being allowed to speak and the public is not.
Okay, let me, what we just discussed was not new information. I brought this up because we've been talking about snow removal over several meetings, okay? I'm sorry, and this is, the whole process is we closed the public hearing. It was very public, it was very clear like that, so that we could have the decision, and we do need to get through the decision. I'm sorry.
Why?
What's that, why?
Yeah.
Because this is the process that the CPDC is bound to by law. This is a procedure that we have to do. We have to go through a process of a hearing, we close the hearing, we review the decision, we vote on certain things. This is just the process that we follow. And that process is laid out by law. I'm sorry.
Is it possible to amend to the extent that there be 15 minutes or so where we could speak?
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. The public hearing is closed. We did
But
this.
you could open it again, correct? Your committee can open up the meeting, correct?
The lawyer got to object with that's not fair. That's absolutely not fair.
I would think you'd want to get some input. It's not that we're angry or whatever, we're trying to bring in information which you need in order to make a balanced decision here.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but the whole process has been, we had the hearing, we had multiple nights since the summertime of collecting information. What we just discussed with snow removal, that was not new information. That was a request that I had in the decision to do. And yes, I opened this up because this was something that was like, okay, can we agree on this? Because it's something that was important to me for the decision.
How about the second egress, the details of the second egress, that's not new news?
We did not discuss anything tonight that we did not discuss at the last meeting, and I am going to, if we are going to continue this, I'm going to recess this for 5 minutes, and we are going to come back and to have the hearing. We can't have discussion right now. We can't, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Okay, let's keep going with trash removal.
Could I potentially ask the same question, that trash removal not occur during
Yes.
10 p.m. and 5 a.m.? I think that one's probably more practical.
And that's common, I think.
Yeah, so just wanted to get that in there for clarity. Stormwater O&M plan is conditioned on an annual basis. That details their inspections, cleanouts, etc. for the drainage system to make sure that that adequately works every year and sustains. Again, the parking analysis that they'll look for on-site measures of efficiency and what's working, what's their peak parking utilization. Hopefully we can get some inference on, is that 70% at peak hours, that 90%, where are we? Try to look for those items to see if there are any necessary changes to be made to the parking management plan and or possible. But I think that will be submitted after 12 months after occupancy, so really look for the first year basis on that. Guy, you raised your hand.
Guy? Good.
There we go. Thank you. I wasn't muted. Is this going to be self-reported?
The
Yes.
answer was yes.
Would it be unreasonable to have a third party complete the report?
I don't know. I guess I'd defer to the applicant. I don't know if we need Stonefield to do parking counts or not, or if they were planning to already, if that was their intent.
Well, if the applicant's providing it, they get to have whoever do it. Then it's up to the town if we do a peer review of that, right?
It's not necessarily to come to site plan.
Right.
Peer review is only applicable during the site plan process. And so we might ask for more information or go back and forth with clarifying questions, but.
It says the report should be provided to the community development director and public safety to review concerns in areas, usually typically, granted, they typically direct hire someone to do this analysis.
Right, they typically do.
You know, so that's usually a professional.
Right, typically, yeah.
You know, their buddy.
So can we ask the applicant, is that what their intent is?
So the intent would be the applicant would hire a traffic engineer. It could be Stonefield Engineering, it could be another engineering of their choosing, and they would prepare a parking utilization report, submit it to the director in public safety, and they would review it. If they, they could ask for more information, it would be a kind of a process kind of to work through it with public safety and the director.
Yeah. Do we need to specify that it's with professional, not just like the director of the center reporting?
That's what I was getting at, yes.
A professional traffic engineer.
We said a traffic engineering report.
Okay. That was all the conditions with the EC.
Those are the conditions. For the commission, anything that you think we've missed that you want to just further discuss or add? John.
Two comments. We've all received an email tonight from Minority Leader Bradley Jones asking for our inputs. I'll call for a motion to entertain his request shortly. Secondly, given the audience tonight, while public comment for this matter is open, I do think since we're through this, and barring any other comments by the group, really out of politeness to the we don't get crowds like this very often. Maybe under a specified time interval, allow some amount of just simply public comment, not to the topic. This is behind us. But to the degree folks who come and have something to say, give them the opportunity to speak within some defined time interval.
Do you mean after we approve the decision or after we vote on the decision?
They said earlier I intend to make a motion to along the lines of Representative Jones' letter. But irrespective of that, to allow the audience here to speak, just Julianne to like this.
I have not seen Representative Jones's letter. I'm not sure when it came in, and maybe you can pull it up.
Come in very late today.
I know it's in there, but I am not able to tonight. I was not able to open certain documents, my PDF.
I just got this today out of the blue sky.
Yeah, and I was working all day, so I didn't see anything that came in new.
I think Guy's hand was up with John speaking. Guy, do you want to
go
answer?
ahead?
I agree with John.
Do you want to bring up, Andy?
Okay, I'd like to see what the request is. I don't know what the request is.
Well, before we get to that, I just want to make a quick statement to what CPD is directly in charge of, right? And not, there's a lot of, I heard a lot of comments, a lot of things going on, about the emergency evacuation plan, public safety, public health, EFB. We've had steps along the way where some recommendations been given, we then made a condition, or we want changes in the way Reading Fire Department is able to respond. Then plan changes were made. There's been steps along the way for several months, and there's been the public has been open to this. So I just would respectfully, if the motion is heard and if someone is mirroring your same comment, and we're not expressing something new because of all of the comments that were sent, a lot of them are copy and paste of the same exact thing. So that's not encouraging to me that and I'm saying word for word copy and paste. This is who I am. I'm concerned with this, and this. So I get it. Everyone met together, said, "Hey, we're all concerned about the same thing." Some of these things have already been addressed, or they're out of our purview of CPDC. So as much as it's a concerned citizen in the town of Reading, I have a concern too. I cannot change that because that falls under the EEC or the Mass State. So I just urge when you come up and make comments, understand CPDC doesn't control everything, and after us, there's a myriad of permits and everything else they have to approve to go for the construction. So that could, and I'm not saying God forbid, but that could not happen. That could get disapproved at any one of those steps, and this isn't even a project that we can.
Yeah. So, and I saw that also. I see Representative Jones's letter up there now, basically asking for a delay that is actually, with all due respect, it's not tied to any particular new information. So let's see, there are a few things we can do. One is, do you have a motion on the table, John?
I'd like to make a motion to continue tonight's discussion until our next regularly scheduled meeting along the lines of Representative Jones' request to this body.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? I have a comment. I see Representative Jones's request, and I have immense respect for Representative Jones. I have immense respect for all of my neighbors here. Simply delaying the discussion for another meeting, I don't think we have reason or cause or standing to do that. His letter made reference to, yes, it will need to go to EEC. Yes, it needs to go to EEC. It needs to get a whole host of permits, utility connections, Board of Health, MassDOT. It needs to get a bunch. Delaying it one month, I don't think that changes the outcome. And actually, I would like to ask our council if we even have standing or reason to, if we have, excuse me, standing is the wrong word, but if
Is it in order? Is the motion in order?
is it even in order to do this? I guess the big question is like, why?
Well, for one thing, you're going to hear from a number of people shortly.
Well, if we're going to do it time limited, and this is the other question that I'd like to ask our attorney is, what is the procedure to, are we reopening the hearing? I've never done anything like this.
Take these one at a time.
So we'll take them one at a time. I guess, Chris, if you could you comment on the, I guess the procedure of delaying a vote without new information coming in?
So the first response is to the specific request from the representative to delay the vote in order to take more stock of this emergency evacuation EEC issue. I don't detect any utility whatsoever in this board delaying to further consider that particular issue, because as we've discussed earlier in tonight's meeting, that is not a CPDC question. That is an EEC question. EEC will review it. EEC will decide it.
Thank you. Are you still there?
Um,
Oh, it sounded like he cut out.
It keeps coming up and disappearing.
In my opinion.
Sorry, you cut out for a
You cut
second
out,
there,
you cut out there. You said, we caught you when you were saying that this is EEC's decision. I don't wanna put words in your mouth, but you
Yeah,
pulled out a
no.
little bit.
It's jurisdiction, it is their decision, and I don't detect any utility in the CPDC giving that particular issue more time. It's just not something for the CPDC to decide. That is a state issue. Point number two, in terms of taking additional comment, the board did vote to close the public hearing at its last meeting. People were put on notice from the moment of that vote onward that the hearing was closed and that there wasn't going to be any further opportunity to provide public comment. It seems to me that there has been, multiple nights of public hearing on this application and ample opportunity for members of the public to weigh in and provide the CPDC with whatever information they thought was relevant to its decision making. I do have some concern that reopening the hearing now without notice to anybody other than whoever's sitting in the room right now would be out of order and could prejudice people who might have been interested in coming to provide more additional public comment, but didn't think that they would have had the ability to do that because of the vote at the prior meeting to close the public hearing. So that's a long-winded way of saying the vote to close the public hearing was perfectly appropriate at the last meeting, and I don't think it's entirely in order to reopen public comment at this point in time, having made that vote at the prior meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, wouldn't we have to repost and everything if we were to reopen?
I think that's absolutely right. You would to do it properly, and I'm not even sure you can do that because you only get one public hearing. But to do it would I think fairly require another notice in the paper, another mailed notice to abutters and parties in interest, et cetera. I mean, it would, to do it right, you would have to do it fully.
So thank you. I am not inclined to reopen the public hearing, especially without notice. At the same time, we do have a motion on the table. Are you still interested, or would you like to withdraw?
Because if it were continued to the next meeting, it would provide the opportunity to renotice and to frankly entertain and to properly entertain additional comment.
But we have a question in front of us of, just even reposting it, starting a whole new process. We don't have, I think that alone would be out of order.
What I heard was doing it tonight absent posting would be out of order. I think the question as to whether you could repost is not yet addressed.
Chris, would you like to comment further on the appropriateness of reposting and reopening the hearing in its entirety?
I worry that sounds an awful lot like restarting the process.
Yeah.
And the applicant has, the applicant under Dover is, I think, entitled to a reasonable hearing window where, having presented all the evidence, the hearing is allowed to conclude and the CPDC then goes on to make a decision on the application. Renoticing, inviting additional rounds of public comment, and presumably starting over from scratch with a new decision that either addresses or doesn't any new information the CPDC takes in, stated differently, I worry that asking an applicant for a Dover amendment protected use like a childcare facility to go through not one but two public hearing processes when the first one has been robust and comprehensive runs pretty close to running afoul of the Dover Amendment.
Yeah, that's my sense as well.
I'll remove my motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion before I think the next step is to pick up the decision, if I would entertain, discussion and then see if there is a motion to vote on the decision before us that we just reviewed and amended. Any other discussion? Would you like to make a motion, Howard?
I make a motion to accept the draft decision for the Primrose School at 885 Main Street as amended.
And I think it's approve it.
Approve, sorry, what did I say?
Accept.
Approve the draft decision of the Primrose School at 885 Main Street as amended.
Okay, thank you.
Second that.
Thank you, John. And we will do roll call vote with Guy online. So Guy, I'll take your vote first.
Yes.
Lori? Yes.
Heather, yes. Actually, in the voting members, let me pause. I think are Tom and John, because Andrew, you weren't here you didn't join us for many of them because you weren't on CPDC yet. So Tom?
No.
And John?
No.
Okay.
It's a 3-2 vote, that is an approval.
That is an approval. We need just 3, not 4. So you are
We will
approved.
follow up.
Everyone in the community, thank you for coming out.
Yeah. You let us down. You really let us down.
Thank you.
Go forward if it was in your neighborhood. Yeah.
Thank you, Krista.
The draft decision was online.
It was amended Friday night. We should have had time to comment on those drafts.
When they clear out, we'll get on the business.
Can I ask, as you do a report, this is now going to another committee or the selectmen? Where does this approval go from here? And how does it impact the school?
There are, so from here, there are no other, well.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
There are no other permitting boards, pre-permitting boards necessary in the applications sense.
From the town.
So this could go forward and they could literally go in and start digging.
So wait, no.
They're approved by.
They need to go to Mass DOT. They need to go to the, what we've been talking about, EEC. They need to be licensed by EEC.
Right.
Is this appropriate for me to be talking about this right now?
The hearing's closed and over, so.
Yeah, the hearing is closed.
But,
I'm asking a question.
well,
Yeah,
so like
yes.
there is like through staff, the construction management process and the
There's this
plan that will
construction
come
management
associated.
process.
It's never gonna come up before town meeting.
Do you know what? What I think we should do is if you could follow up with Andrew. Andrew, do you have your email address?
Just a second, if you don't mind, I have been sitting here for 3 hours, but the dissenting votes, is there a way of putting that in a report? So you've approved it, but now those who dissented
Oh, yeah.
to literally say why. And for you to say, well, something belongs in another committee or agency, but it's a concern. Because if you just approve it and they take it to another board saying, oh, you approved it, but you should be pointing out, although it's not our jurisdiction, so to speak, we have huge concerns about this. And we so noted it from the community.
I would love for you
I
to
can put you
follow
on a
up
time slot.
with me,
So.
following this. Because the hearing is closed, but we can provide the type of information that you, to the extent of our knowledge, the information that you were seeking about where else does it go? So between Andrew, Olivia, and me, we can give you the information you're looking for. Right now, it's like, right now you've got all of us, we're deliberating and the hearing is closed, so it's just tricky and.
I get that, but I'm also, there's an awful lot at stake here. There's a whole lot of people. And I think that as a committee, you need to consider the community, not just the neighborhood. with the community as a whole. And so the idea that they're gonna fight any legal battle all the way through means that, yeah, we need to be able to voice our opinions and concerns.
That's my phone number.
Sorry, I don't need to keep you here any longer. Exactly.
Otherwise we cross the line.
Alright.
And that's the reason why.
Sounds like a deal.
Well, and you
That's all
know,
we can do.
just his arrogance as he was answering, it's like, come on, this is, you know, we get to be a town.
I just want to throw that, just like we don't have says on a lot of these families that go up. From the concerns that you bring up, that it's not operating correctly. Well, and they want an additional kind of QAQC. The only way that exists is by talking to the select board and changing the bylaw in town.
So you have to have the zoning bylaw.
Correct.
We have to be non-conflicting.
Correct. Obviously, there's concern, but it's not clear.
For example, the conditions that you are allowed to.
I mean, we should.
So at this point, because we are still like in a public CPDC meeting, we should probably move on to the next agenda item. Acknowledging that that was a difficult. Okay.
So there are 2 items under other business I'd certainly like to administer tonight, probably 3 really.
The Grove Street approval not
So
required.
if we could take that one up, if you don't mind. So I do believe the engineer is online. Let me see if Shane can unmute here.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure if you can hear me. I just wanted to check the audio before I start talking.
Good. I'm gonna bring the plan up, Shane. Maybe if the chair doesn't mind, if you can explain the A&R.
Sure thing. So the A&R is really a small sliver of land. It's the larger portion, this larger lot at 256 really kind of condensed what I could show given the size there. So there are 3 lots, three separately zoning identified lots that are currently part of the record ownership of 256. There is an existing easement, that back small kind of square section. And then you have, one single parcel right now for 244. What we're proposing is to essentially join the existing zoning parcels and take a slice of land that is outside of that existing easement. As shown on the plan, the frontages stay the same. We're still meeting the minimum lot area of 244. We do have wetlands on the property, pursuant to the subdivision A&R requirements, where we show those and the distance to the wetlands from the existing house.
Is the proposal to, wish I could just point at the screen. It's a dark line which shows like a piece, here, I will point at the screen.
You can get up and point at the screen.
I tried to color it in red, but
Is the intention to take the current lot line, which is this, and reform it to be here, or to reform it to be here?
So current.
So the current lot line follows L7, L8, and L9.
Yeah, 7, 8, got it.
Here.
Yep, and then there's a little square kind of kitty corner on the other side of L8 and L9. That's an easement. The new lot line becomes L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, L6.
This is current, this is new, so this side gets smaller.
Yes, so they're transferring land from here to here.
So the easement is all on this parcel?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the easement would essentially be extinguished at that point.
Thank you for that delay.
Is part of the intent to ultimately make use backtrack?
Yes, exactly. You know, the natural topography follows the proposed lot line there that both of the, you know, there had previously been a proposal for this, and, you know, the easement was, I think, the second step. The first step was that first triangular piece of land, and they both just kind of got together and said, let's just figure out what, from natural topography standpoint, would make sense to exchange it. And so they're kind of trying to do away with all that sort of messiness and the multiple zoning parcels and just shift that line to, you know, a place they both agreed upon that still allows, you know,
Just for
the land
clarity,
to be used.
yeah, these are the wetland flags here, so going further back is wet.
It's wet, it's all wetlands back there.
Yeah.
So it's basically unusable.
And so just again, in case approval not required plan is a subdivision plan and lot line adjustment that's not creating a new right of way. So these lots front a street, have access and frontage to that street. So that's why it's not a subdivision hearing process. It's just a administrative process.
Okay.
So what do we do?
What we do is we
would move to
approve and we
endorse
endorse
this
it.
one, yeah. And this one, we do have Mylars here that I just will need the signatures at the end of the night.
Okay, I move that we endorse the 244, or do we have to open to public comment or anything? Because this isn't a hearing.
It's not
I mean,
really.
you always can ask.
Is there anyone online that would like to comment or in the room? Okay.
So I move that we endorse the 244, 256 Grove Street.
Subdivision.
Subdivision approval not required.
Yes. Can we approve the approval not required, please?
Well, I think you just acknowledged that it's not a subdivision, right? Is that kind of the
right? Which is why you endorse the plan.
We endorse.
Yeah.
We endorse it. Yes. Whatever this
I know you guys
It was a little
are
messy.
cooked after the last 3 hours.
Here's a question. If we need to sign, Guy, do you want to vote?
Can come in and sign too.
Oh, I thought you said.
A
we
guy,
could sign
guy,
the
guy can
document.
come in and sign.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can always be coordinated, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, I'll second it. I'll do a roll call vote. Guy? Guy has his hand raised.
Sorry, we gotta.
Guy, are you there?
Yes, yes,
Okay, thank you. Hillary?
yes, and yes.
Yes. Heather, yes. Andrew?
Yes.
John, yes.
And John, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the other one was the Grandview Road lot release. And so at a meeting about 2 months ago, we had endorsed the bond placement for the subdivision. They're now gearing up for the lot release for building permitting, so they can get a building permit. If you remember, what we looked for was a condition that the temporary easement on the plan situation be identified and corrected, and what we've identified with council's input is that a license agreement is appropriate in this case because it is a temporary access to possibly get back into the town-owned property to reseed and recorrect, clean up any debris that may have slid to that side of the property, and I can bring the plans up
Is any
too.
of this up in
Yeah.
today's packet?
Do we have,
Any of this stuff
have
in
not-
tonight's
This
packet?
do we have
not
any,
get in
we have
our
nothing on
packets.
this in our packet.
Or at least on the shared.
It's not unshared with me.
Yeah.
We have 3 topics which we've now completed and meeting minutes, and that's it.
I had a draft license. I apologize if it didn't make it to the packet. It's something that's done it through the staff level.
So
But there's no like official forms or anything.
What are we approving then?
So you just vote to again endorse the lot release of lots 3 and 4, and I'll pull up the plans just for.
Originally, it was previously endorsed, but it was endorsed based upon an easement, not upon a license, correct?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
and
Andrew?
Sorry, what was the question?
It said it was previously endorsed based upon a condition with the easement, correct?
Correct.
But it's not an easement, it's a license.
It's a license agreement, correct.
So.
And so I think part of the question is, I know Heather, Tom and I were on from a long time ago. But does it change because I don't think Andrew was part of.
In terms of the lot release, no.
We can do that.
Yeah.
No, but going forward, if there's that kind of information, it might be nice to have that in our packets for
Oh,
next
yes.
time.
Yeah, I should have thought
And
to.
even myself, I'm kind of like, wait, where is?
Yeah, I should have thought to include the plans and refresh everybody's memories.
Yeah, and Guy has his hand up. Oh,
Sure.
yes, Grandview.
Yeah.
Sorry, Guy, before I jump in, go ahead.
Yeah, just so I know ahead of time, is this new? Who was able to vote, not vote here?
This is new, so it's just open for
Yeah,
the
for the
5
lot.
standard, yeah.
Yeah, it's new. It's not a continuation of anything.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Sorry, I'll summarize this
We've
better.
been working on it for the last 3 years. So.
I feel like it's been even longer
It has
than
been
that.
quite the ongoing process.
Oh, right.
So what there was, right, was an identified temporary easement, access easement to grade down the town property in lieu of the need for a retaining wall. So CPDC approved that, we issued the waiver for that. Construction of the right-of-way ensued, and then it was a question of, wait, should that have been a permanent easement? Without the need for a retaining wall, there's not, from what I've found and discussed with engineering and council, because the town's obligations on our land and anything we choose to do with that land are all still relevant. So in terms of not, I'll say, degrading this roadway with or without a permanent easement, those obligations are still maintained and exist. So there's really not a need for, at least from what I can find, for the applicant to have a permanent easement over our land. So that's where the temporary license agreement comes in of, we will give you that temporary access for 10 days, call it maybe up to a month, because they've done some work, but clean up, reseed, extra seed, overseed. I think the street trees are within this area, make sure that those are planted.
What's the grade of that little triangle?
That is about a 3-to-1, I believe.
Steep, yeah.
What's this dimension?
These are just the contour lines.
So no, from the wall to the peak of that triangle, what's that distance?
That is a good question. I believe it's about 30 feet.
3-to-1, so it's up 10 over 30 feet.
Yeah, so at least yep, so 30 feet to the furthest.
That was used to build the property, it's no longer needed. The question is, who maintains it?
The question is more just as they go to finish the permitting, how do they get back into the town land to make any corrections and needs? And so that's the license agreement.
They have to build the landscaping back up because now it's graded, essentially just dirt.
They
So
have-
they have to seed, make sure it's maintained.
It's town property. Right?
Yeah, but they have to bring it back to.
And they technically
condition.
didn't have the easement to do that in the first place, right?
They didn't, but
Yeah.
we had identified.
But we knew they were doing it, but they hadn't gone through kind of the official rights. So this gives them, the license agreement should give them the right to get in there and the responsibilities to the town for what they can and can't do there, and for if anything should go wrong.
I don't care either way, but if the town had just given them temporary access, go build your houses, and we'll deal with what's left, that would have also been viable. Might not look pretty, but it would have been viable.
Yeah, but we also didn't want the town to be stuck with, we'll deal with what's left. We wanted the developer
I mean, there's not
to
much
have the
going-
responsibility to deal with what's
There's
left.
not much going on that land right now, but we'd still like to get it reseeded.
This is
and
all
make
on
sure the
rock,
street
this is all
trees
in
are-
ledge or rock.
Yeah, pretty much in forest grade.
Thank you, I got it.
So the intent of the lot release is to release lot 3 and 4 from the covenant agreement we endorsed in July-ish, I believe, and that allows them to get building permitting for lot 3 and 4.
Is there a document to review or a motion?
There is not, it's just a motion to issue lot release for lot 3 and 4 from the Grandview Road subdivision. It's a little memo I write up to the building department, but.
Okay.
Now, is this based on the fact that we are going to get, or we have got the license?
I am holding the license agreement to issue it until the majority of the construction is done, because I don't need to issue it now when they're going to be coming in with vehicles and construction. I'd like to wait till they're closer to occupancy and give them some time to then get in there and clean up at the.
But this is not recorded in the registry of deeds.
No, it's just a temporary staff.
So what kind of vote do we need?
Be a motion to approve lot release for 3 and 4
Okay.
at the Grandview Road subdivision.
Are lots 1 and 2 already released, or is it?
Lot 1 maintains an existing house. Lot 2 is actually going back to the existing owner of that
Okay.
property, so.
Guy, you have your hand up?
You're muted, Guy. There you go.
Does lot 2 need to be released as well?
It does not. Sorry, Guy, you probably can't see my pen pointing here. Lot 2 is actually and has been transferred back to the owner of 4 Cold Spring Road, so it is not going for a building permit at this time.
Okay, so now it's only lots 3 and 4. Okay,
Correct.
got it. Thank you.
So net addition of 2 houses, not 3 in this case.
Okay.
So I make a motion to approve the Grandview Road subdivision lot release of lots 3 and 4.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Guy?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Heather? Yes. Andrew?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the items I was very hopeful to get through, so thank you. We do have the CPA committee members with us as well. They stuck through.
You guys have been waiting, so we better let you give us your update.
Hello, thank you for having us. Sandy's gonna start. Oh yes, Sarah Brucolacchio, the Historical Commission representative for the Community Preservation Study.
Andrew, would you give us the slides, please? Thank you. I'm Sandy Matathia, one of 7 members of the Reading Community Preservation Act Study Committee that was established a little over a year ago. And we are here to explain who we are, what we have been doing, what we hope to do, and also to get your input on all of that. And so if I could maybe get the first slide, Andrew.
Yep, sorry.
So this may or may not be familiar to some of you. It's been kicking around for 20-odd years. It's a state law called Community Preservation Act, which can be adopted by towns and cities through a process that we will describe to you a little bit further tonight. And the idea of the law is to, if and when it's adopted by a particular municipality, is to enable that municipality to levy a small surcharge on property tax bills, which in turn creates a dedicated fund that can be expended for 3, maybe counted as 4 particular subject purposes. And they're listed there in the bullets. 1 is conservation, open space, another is recreation, 3rd is historic preservation, 4th is affordable housing. The way this program works is that in addition to the town putting some skin in the game with a surcharge on property tax bills, which we'll talk a lot more about here, the a town receives a state match of funds, which comes from fees that go into the registry or are raised by the Registry of Deeds. Over the last 20-odd years, most of the towns and cities in Massachusetts have deemed it a good idea and have adopted the law. Town of Reading historically tried to do this back in 2002, at the same time that the high school was in a debt exclusion vote, and unfortunately by, I think it was a 51 to 49% vote, did not succeed in adopting CPA back then. And so after 20-odd years, we're back again looking to try it on and hopefully push it down the line in one form or another. So let me explain a little bit more about the committee and then what we're trying to do. About a year plus ago, the selectmen established a committee. It's made up of representatives from several different standing committees and boards of town, listed there: conservation, recreation, historic preservation, housing, finance, and select board. Notable is that planning didn't get a representative on the study committee. And I don't know how to explain that. I suspect it was an oversight, and the reason why I say an oversight is because the planning board's mandate is very closely related to a lot that CPA does. And as a matter of fact, the law requires that were this CPA adopted in Reading, a committee is set up to administer or implement the law, and the planning board is a required member of that implementing committee. So why, perhaps you might ask, wasn't it part of the study committee? I can't answer that question, but we're hoping for your input here as we go forward as a study committee.
You prefer questions at the end or as you go along?
Either way.
When you say implement the law,
yes,
is that providing a process by which target projects are selected, or is it something to do with the technical implementation of the law?
The former. So the way this works, and we're jumping way ahead, is assuming town meeting and a townwide vote succeeds in adopting the law. At that point, you would go back to town meeting to set up a bylaw which creates a committee, the purpose of which is to administer the law. And the way that works is that anyone, including various boards, can propose projects that require funding. And this committee, of which the board's representative would be a required member, would then recommend certain projects that, if adopted by town meeting, would get the funding. That's the way it kind of works at the end.
And then the note here says the November election, the 26th. Do you mean November town meeting?
No, I mean, we'll get to this more particularly in later slides, but there's a series of steps in the schedule. The next step for us, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but in response to your question, is to get input from various stakeholders, formulate a proposal, serve that up to the Board of Selectmen, who in turn serve it up to town meeting. If town meeting votes it up, it goes to the townwide ballot in November 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. That takes care of that slide and maybe a few others. So what we've done for the last year or so is do a lot of homework. Our due diligence, if you will, has looked at what's happened in town, not successfully, but different efforts, different folks trying different things, and what kind of objections were raised, roadblocks, pitfalls, and so forth. We've also interviewed any number of peer communities, including Natick and Tewksbury and Arlington and Winchester. And we've done some number crunching in terms of how monies would be raised, what kind of options we have, and which ones we think are worthy of further explanation. Again, more detail to come in a minute. And then how that would affect different taxpayers in town. A lot more detail in a minute on that. And we've also done, and we're doing tonight, gathering ideas about were these funds to be made available, what kind of good projects people can think of that might receive those funds and be fulfilled. So I'm going to leave it to Sarah next to kind of give you a rundown of those 4 buckets of projects, just to kind of give you a taste for what this law may be able to fund.
Okay, so one of the pillars is, well, open space, and the types of projects that we in the past could have used if we had approved the CPA would have been things like more trail work, more at the community gardens, the Matera cabin. Ongoing, we have to take care of our town forest, and that involves dealing with the invasive species control, removal of dead trees, the Grove Street lots, and town forest entrance, and these are all areas that could receive CPA funding for in the future, should we go ahead and participate in the program. Recreation is another component, and one of the things that Reading has spent a lot of time and money working on is playground space, such as in the Birch Meadow area, and that's one of the very popular uses of CPA funding for recreation. Pickleball courts. I think when I checked earlier, something like 61 of the cities and towns that are in the CPA have had at least one, some have 2, and some have 3 projects that have been related to pickleball courts that were paid through Community Preservation Act dollars. So that's something that's really, that's been on our minds here in Reading. And also something very important, and Sandy was going to talk more about this, is the leveraging from the CPA, that CPA funding can do to open the door to sometimes even larger amounts of funds from state or federal programs. So we'll talk more about that in the end. And so I was put on or asked to join to be the historical commission rep, and very excited about this because the historical preservation, we don't really get a lot of funds to do things, and one of the, for Reading, many of our municipal buildings are in the historical inventory. And so things that could be paid for, such as the Parker Middle School recently, or a couple of years ago, had a whole new roof put on, and I think it was quite a lot of money. Do you remember what it was? Was it $500,000 or $300,000 or something like this? But that could have been paid through community preservation funds because Parker Middle School is in the historic inventory, as is Joshua Eaton. As is the existing Pleasant Street Center. And we'll be having to be thinking what to do with that space. And so that's something that community preservation funds could go towards. And even the building such as here, Town Hall, community preservation funds could help replace windows, better ADA accessibility, all sorts of things that might not be seen as needs but wants. We could pay for from community preservation funds. And some of the things that the commission has thought of is, we really need to do a better job of our archiving products. Archiving the collections that we have, the historical markers that we have, and I think virtually everybody who is representing their group has a full list of suggested projects that.
Guy has a question.
Hi.
Hi.
Question for you. So, I'm just popping into my head because I'm seeing you go through things that seem to already have processes and funds allocated with oversight from other committees. How is this different? I feel like we're just moving money from one pocket to another.
So.
Yeah, real good question. And the point has not yet been developed. It's been alluded to. We're kind of going to get to it in a few later slides, but just to jump to it in response to your question. Number one, it's dedicated to these areas, which tend not to compete well with what I'll call, sort of the standard operating budget priorities. So it tends to be delayed, deferred, underfunded, or maybe never funded. So were you to agree that these areas are important, A, you get a dedicated fund through this program. B, it actually adds funds to the pot that would otherwise be raised locally, which is we're referring to as the state match. And Andrew just put up a slide that shows you, if you look at the second and third columns, what the match rate was 5 years ago or 4 years ago, what it was last year. And if you take sort of an average for the last 5 years, you're at about 25% on top of what you raised locally. So that money right now comes from real estate transactions in the town of Reading. It goes into a state pot, and it goes to other communities that have adopted the law. It doesn't come back to us. Were we to adopt the law, we would get our fair share, if you will, of that. And as Sarah mentioned a moment ago, in addition to the locally raised revenue, the state match on top of that, there are all sorts of, I'll call them third-party sources of funds that can be drawn on because you have those monies ready to go for projects that receive grants and bonds and partnership agreements and so forth. And so the way I tend to look at this is it's like a three-legged financing tool to do these types of projects with a lot of money that doesn't come from your pocket, but comes from other sources. So that would be one way to think about, it's not just moving money around, but it's actually able to pull money in from other places that we don't have access to now.
Can you show me in a bit clearer, maybe there's another slide, clearer terms, exactly how much would need to be locally raised?
Oh, yeah. No,
how much is being garnered from Reading today that's going to that state fund, and how much would be at play for us to retrieve from that state fund?
Yeah, well, the slide in front of you gets to some of that. So
I have a question about this slide. If
this
I may,
one?
yeah, Guy, if you may, I've got a question about this slide. It says the FY21 state match was 39%. Is this saying that the FY24 state match was 14%? So it goes kind of, the state match goes up and down?
Yeah, so the state match is variable, and it's a function of two things primarily. One is how many communities are in there, and I mean, if you go back 20 years ago when there were dozens of communities there, they were receiving 100% of what they were raising. So it was doubling the locally raised revenue. As new communities have come in, that pot, assume it's of the same size for a second, we'll get to how it varies, is divided among additional communities. The pot itself is a function of real estate activity. So to the extent that you've got home sales and deed stamp taxes and mortgage documents going on and municipal lien certificate, all that paperwork that goes into the registry, all those fees are put into a pot, and they're divided among communities that adopt this law. We have not. So all the monies, and I cannot, Guy, give you an estimate of the monies that are generated by real estate transactions in the town of Reading that go into the pot. I might be able to do it if you give me some time, but I don't have that number for you tonight. It's, I would say, material, but again, it varies as it does statewide, depending on whether or not mortgage rates are high and there's a lot of turnover in the market.
Real estate includes commercial and industrial as well?
It does, but to go to that point, there are options, and we'll get to this on the next slide in terms of how you raise the money. There are different ways to raise it in terms of whether you raise it from only residential or also commercial, whether or not you give certain exemptions, which the law allows. And that's all part of the type of decisions that we as a study committee will make in formulating our proposal, for which we're looking for input.
So right now,
Yes.
and you're gonna tell us a little bit more, but right now, there's money that goes into this fund that is at the state, and communities who are CPA communities get access to that additional money, and Reading does not.
That's correct.
But getting access to that requires raising a little bit of our own money to get that match.
Yeah, the state, I mean, it's a state law and it's incentive it's an incentive and a mechanism for communities to fund projects in these categories. And this is the way it's set up. And by not adopting the law, we're essentially giving away our share that's otherwise going into the state fund.
Well, Cindy, that's kind of an odd way to say it though, because yes, it's our share, but it's only our share if we further burden our taxpayers. So one, if I'm reading this correctly, if we were to levy an additional 1% on real estate taxes on residential only homes, we would collect an additional $790,000 that would go towards this fund. And in turn, you mentioned that as more communities adopt this, it's further diluting that pot of money since it's relative to real estate transactions. So in slow years, there's less to give, and in normal years, there's probably a more steady amount, right? And we're probably in one of the slowest real estate markets that there's been in quite some time in the last few years. So that pot's probably pretty slim in 25. But nonetheless, if we're looking at FY24 and that 1% levy, we'd be levying an additional almost 800,000 to garner an additional 100,000 from the state. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is if you take the last two rows and you kind of average them out, if you look at the last 5 years and the highs and the lows, you go in between, take the middle road, if you will, that the net result is 80-20. 80% comes locally, 20% comes from the state. And just look at the numbers, we're raising 800 and the total is $1 million. Raising 800 locally and another couple of 100,000 is coming in from the state. On the 1% column, we have options. We could elect, if you will, to reduce the surcharge. The range goes from 0 to 3. The study committee, for a lot of different reasons we can get into, thinks that the lower end of the range is the right set of numbers to consider. Anything more than that would be an overreach. And I'd like to go back, Guy, for a minute and make a counterpoint to the one that you made, which is that this is looking to raise 800,000 on a 1% surcharge rate, in addition to what is taxed presently. And I don't believe that's the case. And I say that because historically, and this is based on a pretty detailed review of records over the last 10 years by the chair of our committee, Joe Carnahan, who runs the finance committee, is that the town annually, on average, spends about $1 million coincidentally, and it is coincidence, on what we call CPA eligible projects. So we are already, and have for the last 10 years, spent about $1 million on these projects. And instead, going forward, we could spend 800,000 and get the balance from the state match and be in a position to tap those third-party sources that I made reference to, of which there are many. Whether or not it's other local groups like Oyster Clubs who have been extremely active on a project-specific basis with volunteer fundraising, or in the conservation open space area. There are tons of state and federal programs still that if you have seed money, they ante up. Housing in particular gives rise to a multiple that boggles the mind. If you have some money to put into affordable housing, you can get multipliers up to 20 times. And we have someone on our study committee who's been doing that on a paid basis for a couple of municipalities in the Boston area. So I think there's a lot of good selling points financially for everybody to consider as to whether or not this is a good deal.
Sandy, I'm suspicious of the math. If it is as you say, that the state has a pot of money from fees paid to the registry of deeds, then it must be that that pot is a fixed number. And it's divided into pieces that represent the participation rate of each of the towns. If somebody else's town goes from 1 to 1.5%, the match would award them, but it would take it out of those that didn't increase. In other words,
yes.
I don't think the state's match gets multiplied by the 1.5. I think it's a fixed amount. Because the state's not going to exceed the pot size if subscription goes.
No, it's not. No, of course, that's a limit. And
but the amount you're showing incremental is increasing in your chart. So it's 50K in the first column, 110K in the second column, and 200 and some K in the third column. I'm saying that it can't be because the pot's fixed.
This is what will come back to the town.
If it's
were we to adopt one of those rates.
It's as you've described.
But you're assuming that other communities are varying their rates?
No, I'm saying if I have $1 in the state, and I'm going to give it out pro rata to towns that participate, if I get more by going to 1.5, somebody else has to get less because the pot's fixed. So it can't be like this. It's got to be a fixed amount.
We've got to put some numbers on the paper. So that's I mean, if you can come up with a different formula. I mean, Joe's our number guy, and I would encourage you to give your ideas to him.
There's a few of them around.
Okay.
The other question here is the degree of state match seems to be somewhat volatile. And
it's variable.
Yeah, Lord knows that the state may actually. Did the state have the right to not contribute? Is that part of the plan? They're not obligated to contribute?
No, this is like clockwork.
It's a program,
It could be de minimis, it doesn't have to be.
The other thing that I'll add into this is that if you raise this money and you get your state match, you don't have to spend it. You can save it up and, apply it to projects that.
Is there a max you can bank before you have to?
No. At this point, I should mention another thing, which is each of the four. They count them as 3 areas. I count them as 4. Open space and recreation is 1 bucket. Historic and housing are the second and third buckets. By law, each of those buckets have to get a minimum of 10%. So if you have a pot of money, let's assume 1% here, and there's $1 million in the pot, just to keep it simple here. On an annual basis, each of those 3 buckets has to get 10% of that award. They don't have to spend it, but they're allocated a minimum of 10%. And it's up to town meeting ultimately to decide what proportion of the funds go which way.
Are you saying we have to decide in advance the targets and they're guaranteed 10%? Or are you saying when we decide what the target is, they shall get at least 10% of the accrued amount? Which is it?
The former.
So the decisions we make on day one in terms of targets will be controlled.
By virtue of adopting the law, monies that are raised locally and matched at the state level, okay, per year, 10% go to each of the 3 buckets at minimum.
Not to projects, but to buckets.
Not to projects.
Okay. So I have a question about this. So I've wondered about this. So some projects, might be more expensive than the 10%. So if the town is allocating, you have these buckets, open space, recreation. Are you able to kind of bank, are towns able to bank that and accumulate it in the committee? I know that oftentimes when there are applications for projects, when those town pots for each get big enough, is that the way it works?
Yes.
Okay.
You can build your reserve. Per, I'll call it subject bucket, and waiting for that big project, if you will, to spend the money on.
Planning for a big
or if you don't have a project, you still, you can still accumulate, if you will, reserves.
Okay.
So your 30% is dedicated, but the remaining 70 you can pick and choose where to deposit.
Yeah, I mean, different communities have different priorities. One that I know of, which sort of stands out because it's quite remarkable, is Cambridge. Is like 70 or 80%. It can't be 80%. 70% housing. They just decided that that is where the need is and where their priority is. Other communities are much more open space if you go rural, and all sorts of mixes in between. But it's an interesting political dynamic that sorts itself out ultimately at town meeting, well, through the committee, of which you guys are a statutory member, and ultimately the town meeting. So.
Well, I think that some of the buckets that we've had, I mean, you gave some great examples. I've driven around for many years thinking, watching a project be done, thinking, if we were a CPA community, granted, we do raise more of our own revenue, we could be getting some state funding for that. And then there are other smaller projects. I remember one when a facade was being redone over here on Main and
I think it was Main and Haven.
Haven over there. And if I recall, a representative from the Historical Commission came and asked if we could preserve the column forms, and said, sure, do you have any money? And I was thinking to myself, if we had CPA, we'd have money for this kind of thing. So something that was kind of even a smaller project that the town wasn't able to do because we simply didn't have a reserve for something like that.
Yeah,
but we don't have a reserve for something like that because we have a fiscal budget that we've been funding with free cash over the last few years to balance the books.
And Guy, on that one in particular,
and
that one particular where it was a historical project, there actually wasn't a budget for something like that. There wasn't a, yes, we do have an operating budget, but there wasn't.
Sure, but I think with the two large debt exclusions, projects that we're funding right now, I mean, I can't even imagine going to the general populace and saying we're in support of adding another percent, 0.5%, or whatever it is to your taxes in this climate for projects that we may or may not know what they are today, when we can't even balance our own budget yet without using free cash. I think it's a great cause. I think down the line it may make sense, but I don't see how this works in Reading right now in this climate.
Okay. Andrew has his hand up also.
Yeah, so I guess, your presentation tonight is to educate us and inform us on what's going on, correct? And
yeah, we also have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
That you don't have to feel as though you need to answer them tonight for sure, or.
And then, if you adopt CPA, right? Would there be a collective committee associated specifically for those funds, or would we be utilizing our finance committee that we currently have that can barely make decisions on free cash anyways?
The law requires that to implement it, once it's adopted, that a committee be established. And all projects, whether they're coming from a board or a committee or from an individual citizen, any ideas, can float into this committee. They're then sorted out, and recommendations from the committee go to town meeting. Town meeting has the ultimate say as to whether or not to fund a particular project.
Yeah, so it sounds like it can be opened up to residential. If someone's house, let's say, falls under the purview of one of the laws that CPA does, right? For historic restoration or preservation.
It's got to have a public purpose, for lack of a better word, purpose.
You cannot get this town to agree on much of anything, so I highly doubt they're going to let someone restore their house with their town's funds. And
it has to be a public purpose, right? Yeah.
I don't know the relations of private property improvements and things like that.
Right, but a historic house, just like any historic building that's privately owned, it can go to the historic committee and apply funds.
I just want to make a quick recommendation to everyone, is that to go to the Community Preservation Coalition website, and that is communitypreservation.org. And it has the data since the Community Preservation Act came about, of every community, every project they've done, all the details of what can and can't be done with the funds. It's a treasure trove of facts.
But we'd be creating another subcommittee, essentially, right?
It's a standing committee. It's not a subcommittee. It's a standing committee of the town. There's a bylaw that creates it. It specifies its composition, the tenure of the members. It goes into all sorts of detail.
Committee implies elected position.
There are certain required positions from boards. So there's going to be historic, housing, planning, and what they call parks, which I interpret as recreation. That's just my assumption, so don't take that to the bank. In addition to that, the bylaw itself can specify elected, appointed, or how many members and so forth. And to tell you the truth, I mean, this goes well beyond our purview, but looking ahead, I mean, we're essentially, the mission, if you will, of our committee is to study the options procedurally by which this would be served up. It's not to advocate for a particular bylaw, it's to get input, to do due diligence, to make a well-founded proposal based on a whole set of considerations that can be explained, serve it back up to our appointing committee, which is the select board. They in turn consider whether or not to serve it up to town meeting, either in the same form or a different form. And then it's up to town meeting to take it further, and if voted up, to put it out to the voters. And the time and a place for that to do that, as next projected, would be the state election in the fall of 2026. And so we're trying to get our feet under us at the moment to formulate the proposal and in turn run it up to the selectmen, and it takes its course from there. But I'd love to be able to at least go through quickly. I know it's a late hour. I don't know if you've got time for this.
Are you not done with your presentation yet?
No, there's another 3 slides.
Okay, yes, let's, Guy, you got a question, but they still have more. And then did you say you had questions for us also?
Real quick at the end. Yeah, it's the last slide.
Okay.
So the prior slide was, were we to do a surcharge rate of a certain amount, what is, at least in orders of magnitude, what type of revenue, what size pot, if you will, of funds might we expect? This slide is designed to say how the locally raised revenue would come about as respects homeowners, if you will, in different strata. The average, the medium, the bottom 10%, the top 10%, all of this is referring to assessed value. And this slide kind of gives you, for an average home, just to take the top row, what the values are at present, what the current tax is at present, and were you to apply a surcharge rate of a certain number, what it would be by way of an annual hit to their tax bill. What's assumed here that might not be obvious is that there's an option to exempt the first 100,000 of assessed value from this surcharge, which is generally something that cities and towns do, which this slide assumes. There are also other exemptions for low income and senior low income that are not incorporated into these numbers, and these numbers also assume that commercial properties are not levied. So
it says what rate of cost is considered, but you have the 14% already baked into that number. Because 1% of 893 is not 97. So you must have the 14% already baked in.
I don't know where the 14% comes from.
You see 1%, 97, 79, that's 1% of the average, but 1% of 893 is not 97.
Yeah, take out the first 100,000 of exemption, apply the tax rate per thousand, and you get pretty close to that. So if take the first row, 893, take out the first 100,000.
Right, take 1% of that.
So you're now at 793.
Right.
Apply, what's the tax rate? 1319 or something per thousand, I forget what the number is. To that assessed value. And then multiply that by the percentage that you've chosen on one of the last 3 columns.
Okay.
Are these Readings averages?
Yes. It's all Reading data here. So the sweet spot, if you will, and this is really tentative and represents a sense of committee members, is that if the town over the last 10 years averages about $1 million of CP eligible project fundings, that 1% would get us into that order of magnitude. And if you assume that 1% in this column it's somewhere in the vicinity of $100 a year to the average or median taxpayer. So just some numbers to keep in mind as takeaways, that it's a 1%, it's $1 million pot, it's $100 for the average or median taxpayer. And we're told that if you can come in at around $100 a year, that the pass rate on that is pretty good. And so again, we're trying to make a political calculation in terms of our proposal as to what is a rate, a surcharge rate that's reasonable and achievable, that doesn't overreach, that kind of reflects the historic priorities of the town. And we're just trying to give you a sense of all of that thought process here, and as we'll get to in a minute, get your input on. So I'm going to turn it back to Sarah just to go through the last couple of slides and give you a sense as to steps and schedule and a couple of burning questions that we'd love to get your input on.
I think we actually skipped the affordable housing slide, but anyway.
No, you hit it, you did it.
I don't think we did it, you just spoke to it. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna look at the what's next here, and I think we've already mostly discussed it. Okay, so in January or February, we'll be preparing our report to present to the select board. Then in April 2026, if the select board chooses to, they would vote on whether or not to submit the CPA Act to the voters. November 2026 would be when we would actually vote on adopting the CPA. If that vote passes, then April 2027 we'd have the vote to create a community preservation committee. April 2028 would be the first vote on allocating funds, and July 2028 would be the first distribution of funds. So I guess one of the things I wanted to say about the affordable housing is that I think we've been together for a year looking at all this data and having people talk to us from other towns, and the component of affordable housing is the one that seems to bubble up the most because the need is so great here in Reading for affordable housing. I think we have a very small affordable housing trust that's like $500,000, 400.
Of 400,
We really can't build any buildings with this, but what we've learned from the people that have come to talk to us, and also from the data at the CPA Coalition, many cities, and in fact Somerville has used a lot of their CPA money for housing projects, and they tend to use their CPA funds as a leverage to get other funding sources from the state or federal, and the ratio is CPA funds 1, federal state funding 18. And if Reading could have access to that sort of a tool to be able to have some, additions to our affordable housing inventory, which I don't think has been added to since like the 80s, right? Mm-hmm. Wasn't that the last time we built affordable housing?
Our affordable housing inventory.
In terms of like
well, truly, we're talking
project
like
or housing authority.
Oh, I see what you're saying. In terms of
yeah. So it's really something that I think we really need to take a look at. And the last slide. And so what we're asking the committees that we're coming to present to is to take an informal or vote among yourselves at your next meeting, because you can't vote, I guess, if it's not on your agenda, as to whether or not you would be in support of the CPA Act. And also we would like to, if you have any input you'd like to share with us on suggested surcharge rates or other ideas that might come to mind about how CPA funding could be used in Reading, particularly as you're looking towards not just now, but the future of Reading, where we want to go in these tight fiscal times.
I'm going to add one point of clarification to the first thing that Sarah said on her list of asks. And this is responding to Guy's comment a few minutes ago, which is we're not asking anyone to say we support CPA. If you want to say that, that's fine. Mm. We're asking whether or not you would like this to run the process. Oh, in other words, we're making a proposal or a set of recommendations to the select board. If you'd like to see us advance this up to the select board, that's in essence what we're asking. And perhaps you might want to see the select board run it up to town meeting and even further to all the voters. But it's essentially getting those bodies, okay, this in front of those bodies so that they in turn can weigh the merits and dispose of it as they might see fit.
I've got one question. Back on your example slide where you showed that 1% would raise $900,000 of new cash from taxes. And they got back 14% of state money. Is that 14% of 900,000 that they got back? In other words, 100,000.
It's 14% on top of the locally raised revenue.
I don't think it's a multiplier. I think it's a grant that just happened to be 14% that year's take.
Next year it's going to be 18%.
Yeah, I know, and it seems to be going down.
Well, that's a second factor, but I think it's more volatile. It's not a straight percentage.
Because
no, it's not. It's variable.
In essence, the only way you make money on this is if you take whatever money you get and try and parlay it into more money.
Correct. That's correct.
Otherwise, you lose money.
That's correct. Other than it being a dedicated fund for these things,
right?
Okay, and the fact that the town ordinarily, okay, funds these types of things at this level. You're correct that the amount of money is what you can bring in from the outside, and that pot of money is its size and the share that goes out to communities is a function of two things: the number of communities, which is always going up. So the amount, if the amount is the same, the share is going down. But, and I think this is far more important, is the size of the pot, okay, is a function of real estate activity. And the fees that are generated at the Registry of Deeds, all of which go to this program. So Reading property owners, buyers and sellers are generating these fees. They're going somewhere. They're not coming back to us right now. Were we to have this law, they would. And the kicker from my standpoint, because I see it, I see it all over the place, is that there is leverage potential from many other sources. Were you to have this money in these pots, there are any number of places that will ante in on top of that for particular projects.
What body is charged with doing that grant submission and creating it?
Well, I could answer two ways, but it's the committee and the project. It's project specific, okay? And I think the committee or the project proponent or some combination of those two would be in a position to identify those potentials and probably include them as part of the proposal to town meeting. So the town meeting knows that, for example, if you have $1 million project, that $500,000 is coming from local funds and the other half is being raised elsewhere. I'm just giving you.
I know, that's real work. It is. That's pick and shovel work.
That is.
It's much more fun to pick a project than
But it is. I have a little bit of experience with it through the place where I used to work. And so, for example, it was trails, right? You know, our trail project person would say, okay, I've got this trail project, got an estimate, got some federal funding, got some state funding, and partner with the community to make a pitch to the local CPA committee to say, would you like to contribute $10,000 toward this? So I don't know if this always works that way, but oftentimes communities will contribute to will use their funds to contribute to a total project cost. You know, affordable housing is probably more, but yeah. And sometimes those projects wouldn't happen if a community didn't have that interest and source of funding to contribute to it in the first place. So I've seen what you've been saying, where sometimes just having a CPA committee and having attention to that and having people who are thinking about what do we want to fund and having that money there will help to generate projects.
There are a lot of public-private partnership type arrangements that are facilitated or enabled by funds like this. And I'm sorry to keep you so late. I know this has been a very long night for you.
So it is late. Thank you very, very much. I've jotted down the things that you would like us to consider. We'll figure out a process for considering that. Your slide deck, we don't have your slide deck. Would you provide that somehow?
Yeah,
You know,
Andrew
in a
has it.
CPDC
Can
folder?
you-
Yeah,
Do we need to do anything further, or can you get it?
No, I got it.
Okay, great.
okay. Great, thank you very much.
Thanks for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To adjourn? Yes. All in favor? Aye, we're done. Thank you.
Thanks,
You were
guys.
quick with that one.